All right, everybody. Namaste, or Dobre Zine, wherever you're from. Today we have quite a panel here. We have Samuel from Lithuania. He's residing in the UK, and he's going to give us a little bit of a presentation about Lithuanian language. How are you today, Samuel?
I'm okay. How are
Samuel?
you? Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Great
I'm
to
doing
hear.
great. Thank you very much for being here, and
No problem.
we're looking forward to your presentation. And we also have David, as everybody has probably seen David before. So, David, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. And hello, everyone.
Awesome. And then we have Mark Bloom with us, all the way from UK. How's it going, Mark?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on again.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. And then we have Sophilis, Manifestifis. I'm not sure if I'm
Hey guys,
pronouncing that correct. How do you pronounce your name?
it's Manifestopheles. So
Okay.
the accent is
And
on
then
the O.
Manifestifis. Okay, the accent is on the O, or Alexander. Maybe I would just prefer to
Alexander
call
is
you
fine.
Alexander. And
Sure.
you're coming from
It's no big deal.
you're calling us from Greece, are you not?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, well,
So I'm
thank you
really
very much
excited
for
to be
being
here,
here. And
guys.
then we have Raphael. Awesome, good to have you. And we have Raphael with us. How's it going, Raphael?
Hi everyone, doing fine.
All right. So the focus of today's conversation, there's a couple things. I wanted to just have a larger. Usually, I'll be honest with everybody that I don't like having big panels just because it's kind of chaotic sometimes. But I thought it was a good opportunity to introduce everybody to each other. And Raphael has a kind of a group, so we all met in this group, and we are a fan of David Ewing Jr. and Flamenco. Today I probably won't be speaking so much, but like I mentioned to everybody, that we will be focusing on the invention of languages. So there's the official narrative that we have been taught, and then there's an alternative information that is presented to us through Fomenko and David Ewing Jr. So let's just get started with this discussion. So who would like to take the mic and talk about languages? Where should we go from here?
I wouldn't mind going.
Go ahead.
Right. Do you mind if I turn on the cam for a few seconds? I just want to show you guys something. I think you'll like
Yes,
it.
go for it.
All right. Give me a second. All right, here we go. So I recently got a book. Let's see. Here's the camera. See if you can make out what it says, or at least get an idea. Let's see if it tells you anything.
500 poinamata.
Yeah. That's poems. 500 poems.
Pati. Yeah, Patina. Patin.
Yes. No.
Yeah.
Almost. Who said that? Who was there in the background?
Is that Panatini?
Almost. It's Palatini.
Palatini.
Anthologia. So this book, I'll close the camera now. You don't. Well, maybe I'll show. Well. Anyway, no. I'll close the camera just to not hog the bandwidth. So this book is an anthology of poetry that's allegedly written by poems from about the 8th century BC until the what is it? Maybe the 10th or the 11th AD. Let's say the start of the Byzantine Empire until then. So it runs from antiquity to early Christianity, let's say, and it's all in ancient Greek. And they claim that it was compiled in the 10th century, and they found it in the 17th, in 1606, in the Palatines. And there's 2 tomes. One of it is kept in France. I don't remember where it was, and the other is kept in Germany. But it's lauded as one of the most authentic and greatest collections of Greek poetry to date, and it's called the Palatine Anthology. So I thought that was funny. So yeah, there's a lot more I could say about this, but I've said my piece for the moment. So if anyone wants to pick it up.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on that? Do you subscribe to that? Do you not agree with that, and why? Either way.
Well, of course, I find it extremely interesting that such a monumental work, it's I think it's about 15 tomes. It's not 19. I looked it up, so it's not that suspicious. But they found it in the 16th century, the 17th, and it's basically one of the foundations of our knowledge of the ancient Greek language, together with the Ilias and the Odyssey, and several other works like that we all know that were copied by Benedictine monks and whatever. So and there's all if you look on Wikipedia into info about this book, you'll find they have made whole studies about the scribes who wrote them and which parts they they copied and edited and stuff like that. So it's all very suspicious. And there's one other thing that I find extremely interesting about this book. So the type of poetry that it compiles, allegedly, is called epigrammatic poetry. So epigrammatic poetry is basically poetry that is that are inscriptions on walls, on graves, on temples, you name it, stuff like that. So allegedly, at some point, that was like a whole poetic discipline in ancient Greece, which they cultivated. And at some point during Hellenism, so when Hellenism moved to Egypt, basically, during the Roman Empire. So that is to say that the center of Hellenism was in Alexandria and no longer in Greece. That's where this type of poetry became its own independent style. and didn't have to be written on a wall or something anymore to be counted as what it is. So allegedly, it's a compilation of like epigrams from all over the Hellenic world, on graves, on temples, and so forth and so forth. So isn't that interesting that you have a whole catalog of like inscriptions of buildings that you may or may not be planning to build to create a fictional antiquity? I don't know. It's just a thought that occurs to me there. But then there's another thing, one last thing, and that is the type of poetry that is actually in this thing. So it's presented like graffiti. So allegedly, it's people that are leaving their mark on places they visit, places they've been, places they died in, and so forth. So it's all very, very anonymous, very random, and it's like, so it definitely reads like it's all randomly generated, like it's all based on an algorithm, and they went through and just generated like 15,000 poems or something and filled a whole catalog with it for whatever purpose. So yeah, that's all I have to say about this for the time being.
Okay, well, thank you. And does anybody else have something to contribute? Like, I think what could be interesting for the audience and myself is that what is the official? Who knows the official narrative of how languages came about and evolved and such? You know, like Hebrew came first, or I don't know, hieroglyphics and things like that. So, anybody want to talk about this?
I'm always down to talk, guys, but I don't want to hog the.
I mean, I
Well,
can say
yeah,
something.
go ahead,
but
Rip.
I have no
Yeah.
authority on this whatsoever. I just feel a little bit compelled because, technically speaking, as I always like to tell everyone, I went to a humanistic gymnasium or grammar school, which supposedly was run by the Jesuits at some point, but I think that history is also forged. And at these schools, of course, in particular, because they are humanistic, you are specifically learning ancient Latin, and you can even learn ancient Greek, which I didn't. Now I know why. Because I had to stop, would have had to stop English for that, and I was like, one dead language in terms of Latin is enough for me. Of course, I mean, anyone could just look up the Wikipedia article in terms of the official timeline. Maybe we can do that in a second. But overall, of course, the story here is that many of these languages that are not spoken anymore, and so many other histories, as we have discovered, have basically been lost for 2,000 years, and so much of it only been rediscovered during the Renaissance, at least when we speak of these ancient languages now. Although I didn't even catch, Mephistopheles, whether the book you've shown actually was Greek, or was that supposed to be, I guess, ancient Greek, no?
It's ancient Greek. So I can show a few excerpts if you'd like, just so you can get an idea. Give me a second here. So, and this particular edition is pretty interesting too, because it's a Greek. So we have the ancient text is over here, and the modern Greek text is here. So we've had this guy who wrote this. He had to write a whole translation for this book so people can understand. I mean, there's obviously stuff you can understand. It's not that hard if you know Greek. But it's still a very, very unusual way of writing, very unnatural. So it's interesting to see how the new Greek versions actually sound more poetic and more authentic than the originals, in my opinion. That's my taste.
I'd like to give like a
Somebody's
hypothetical.
Yeah, go ahead, David. Yeah,
Yeah, I'd like to
can
give-
everybody mute their mic when they're not speaking?
Sorry.
Please
Yeah.
go ahead, David. Go ahead, David.
Okay. I'd like to give a little hypothetical take to kind of zoom out a bit, and then maybe we can zoom back in, because I feel we need a little bit of a wider lens right now to get us going. So I want to throw a few things in there. So, for example, we know that some people, when they are in a when they have a religious or let's say mystical experience, they start talking in tongues. We know, and they don't all start talk in different tongues. Rather, they all talk in the same tongues that nobody can understand, but it's like a similar pattern. And we know that babies talk all in the baby language, which is not just random, but it seems to be some form of it again is a pattern that nobody else can understand, right? And then you have this phenomenon that, so let's put that on, that's like one thing I want to bring up. So there seems to be some kind of inherent language pattern that is not understood or compatible with our fully rational left-brained consciousness that we are usually in right now, but nonetheless it seems to be consistent, and as far as we can tell, it seems to have been always there and might be either a pre-language phase, since we observe it in babies and small children, or it might be like a proto-pattern, or I don't know. I'm just saying, okay, that exists. That's one thing. Then we know that, for example, now going to the psychedelic area, we know that animals consume. Okay, so first of all, we know animals can be trained to learn the language the way we speak, so fully left-brained, rational, grammar-based, and like they can learn simple words. So there's birds who can learn the language like we use it. There's primates. There's even I think cats and dogs can be taught to understand it pretty much and make some noises to kind of imitate some words. And then there's dolphins, right? So there's like language training in animals. I'm not aware of language emerging on its own in animals, but I'm sure that they can learn it just by imitation alone, so they don't even need to be taught. So it seems to be that there's the ability in mammals or in other animals to learn language by imitation. Now, then that brings up the question, well, what if language is just a higher order pattern that is imitated by lower order beings? Meaning, if we encountered a higher order being in terms of having a higher order of consciousness than us, we would just automatically imitate some form of its attributes, and that might end up in us learning a language, which to them might just be like like a dog tries to communicate with us. To them it might seem primitive, but to us it's like a quantum leap up. So imagine if we for example get in touch with a plant consciousness, or in a dream, right? So let's say taking mushrooms or cactus, any kind of psychedelics, or we have like a contact experience in a dream, and we not now, I'm talking like ancient man, and maybe some of that rubs off and eventually becomes a language. So that I could imagine that could be something where our normal noises that we make to communicate with each other, kind of imitate nature noises, bird noises, plant noises, suddenly get uplifted and become something more complex and more useful to us. That's again just hypothetical from my point of view. And then I thought about the other day when I was looking at the Kufik script, and I posted some of that in the Team Rabbit Hole group. If you have ever taken psychedelics, you know that there's these geometric fractal patterns that emerge in your you just observe them underlying everything. And it seems pretty much very close to what we observe in the Kufik script, in these Arab decorations, these frescoes and Arab rugs, with these intricate patterns. And someone mentioned, and of course, think about like the Buddhist mandalas, they have like a similar complexity where you think this complexity seems like something, it looks like decoration to us. Someone mentioned that in the Telegram, but it could just be, it is just a high order of communication, and just to us it just looks like pretty colors and and patterns. So kind of want to bring up this idea that there might be a sliding scale, a spectrum of higher order to lower order, and what we conceive as language to us might be to a higher order being just like noises, just like a dog barking. At the same time, the dog barking, what to us seems just like noises, might be to the dog something pretty useful. So just want to throw this out there to give some context and perspective, maybe.
Okay. Well, anybody else want to, because we have Mark, let me give you the mic over there. So you are raised in the UK, and obviously nowadays the English language is the kind of the international language, right? So
Yeah.
do you have any thoughts on the evolution or the invention of languages?
Yeah, I was going to look at I was going to talk about the you mentioned in the pre-chat about the mainstream narrative, or the narrative that most people could read if it's not like mainstream, but you could Google, I suppose. Something that occurred to me as a recurring theme is some of these things seem to trace back to mythology. So I'll give an example with the Irish language. So there's an old Irish writing system called, most people pronounce it Ogham. It's spelt Ogham. I'll put it in a live chat in a minute, but it's pronounced Ogham because the GH is a sort of like a bit like the GH in the English word through, THROUGH. The GH at the end, you don't really pronounce it. It's the same with the. I'll put it in a live chat now because it's quite a short word, but it's pronounced Ogham. So I'll put it in a live chat there for people to see. So this is a writing system which is carved into stones around Britain, mostly in Ireland. There's some examples, I think, in Wales, but I think this is particularly seen as more of a Gaelic thing. Welsh is not Gaelic. Welsh is Brittonic, and Irish, Scottish, and Manx are Gaelic. So this language, the name of it, from what I've read, I suppose would be the mainstream narrative of it, is it traces back to a god, like a god of speech, or a god of words, letters, that kind of idea. A bit like Hermes from Greek mythology, that kind of idea. A communicative god. So like the god's name is Oma, Oghma. So you'll see that I've put it in a live chat again so that people can see the connection between the two words. So that's the name of a Irish god, and they say that the language, the Irish language, and the writing system came from this god Oma, and that's why it's called Ogham. And I found in other languages, you find other cultures, you find a similar kind of narrative where it sort of traces back to this kind of a god figure that gave man speech, that kind of idea. I also think it's interesting that Oma or Ogham are also quite similar to the Buddhist expression Om, or the Hindu expression Om. The AUM or OM, sometimes you see it written as. It's quite similar. And it's supposed to be, I think, it's also supposed to be the first word in Gaelic, being the name of the god that gave people speech. So there's kind of a similar narrative taking place there, and these are the kinds of stories that you can read in. So that I'd say it's the mainstream narrative, but it's just mythology, folklore, sometimes fairy tale, these kinds of ideas, the things that you can get your hands on quite easily. This seems to be the main narrative, and I just find it interesting that this does each time sort of most times trace back to some kind of mythological origin. But as time goes on, so the Irish language I'll speak on because that's what I'm a little bit familiar with. They say that this Ogham inscriptions, I don't know if people have seen it, but it looks like Norse runes a little bit, but it's like a straight line, a vertical straight line, and then there are strikes across it. A bit like when you count 1 through 5, you do 4 straight lines and then a strike through it. It looks a little bit like that, but it's carved into stones. Some of them are still around today that you can visit and see, and some of them have been taken to museums and whatnot, but they do look sort of similar to Norse runes. There it is, yeah. So I hope I'm getting this right. I think they're red from the bottom to the top, and these strikes, the way them strikes look, are each represent like a different letter. or a different sound, I guess, a phonetic sound, and then you're able to write a sentence upward. Looks a bit like an arrow that you shoot from a bow and arrow. So this is, they say this is early writing, early Irish writing, but I've never looked too far into how it connects side by side with the current Irish language written with the Latin script. So you can get, I've got a etymological dictionary downstairs of Old and Middle Irish, which is a, as I was saying in the pre-chat to you guys, that the difference between Old, Middle, and Modern Irish, to me, mainly seems to be the way the Latin script has been applied to it. The early forms, and so the Old and the Middle, are quite difficult to read because there's extra letters thrown in there, consonants and extra vowels and things like that, and it looks kind of ridiculous. But then the Modern Irish is a little bit easier on the eyes, and if you know the rules of pronunciation and the rules of grammar, then of the Irish language, then you are able to sort of you're able to read it. It's a lot more coherent even than English. It's quite concise. The grammatical system and the the pronunciation system is very concise compared to English. An example would be like in English, the letter A can be pronounced multiple ways, like in the word want, W-A-N-T, the word can, C-A-N. So you've got want, the letter A sounds like O, but then in can, it sounds like ah. And there's multiple examples even with just the letter A, but in Irish, the way the Latin script has been applied to how the language sounds in Modern Irish, it's very coherent if you understand the rules of, like, if you see E next to A in that order, then it just sounds like ah, like that kind of idea. If it's so, whenever you see the letters E and A together, it'll always sound that way. And Irish also has 10 vowels instead of 5. So it seems to me, based on this, and I think it's somewhat the mainstream narrative, Irish is a difficult one because it's it was pushed down according to the mainstream narrative. It was sort of beaten out of the people in Ireland during the 1800s, I believe. So there's actually a book that is in the public domain that people can read if they wanted the you can get it for free online. It's I guess it would be the mainstream narrative, which is a book by Ulick J. Burke, which is, I'll put it in a live chat for people because it's an Irish guy who wrote it in 1875. That's the guy's name I've put in the live chat, but the book is called The Aryan Origin of the Gaelic Race and People. The Gaelic Race and Language, sorry. So it's a long title, but it's easily found on like the Internet Archive, that kind of idea. But that book just sort of, within the first few pages, explains the mainstream narrative, which is this idea that the Irish language and its people travelled from the Black Sea region across Europe, west, and into the British Isles. But it's kind of sparse. He doesn't really explain it too well, and if you look online to try and find how this is, it's hard to find again, because in between the Black Sea and the British Isles, where you would otherwise be able to trace that language, you've got Germanic and Romance languages all over the place. So it's kind of it's a little bit spotty at best. So far as the origins of these languages that are audibly different, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know Irish, it's definitely different to English and Germanic languages and Romance languages. So this, if anything, I suppose, shows this dichotomy between modern languages, like Nachiketa has spoken about before, being very not as old as we're told, let's say, and then you've got languages like Irish, which the mainstream tells us are traced back at least a couple thousand years. I don't know if they're that old myself, but they do seem to be like Irish, Scottish, Manx, and Welsh. And there's also Cornish, which is the language of Cornwall, similar to Welsh. That's the southwest of England. those languages are Celtic languages, and they do seem to be older. At least completely different to the languages that are surrounding them. So I don't know if that's the kind of origin of language that you were looking for, but that's probably the best I can do because it's got a little bit of mainstream and then a little bit of speculation from my observations.
Okay, well, everybody appreciate that, Mark, and we're not. I'm not in particular looking for anything specific. If you know something about whatever, then you're more than welcome to share. But one thing that was kind of interesting that you mentioned about that the Irish is kind of beaten out of people, and I want to give the mic to Samuel, but before that, Raphael, I remember in your conversation with David Union Jr.'s of invention of the English language that the Welsh was beaten out of people, like people were beaten for speaking Welsh. Is that correct? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? And I suspect that other people with their original language were also beaten to speak the new language as well. But that's just my premise or a guess.
Well, have to look it up again, but from what I understand, especially with, I believe it is Welsh, it is interesting because there has been this revival from the 1970s or something. But how, in terms of, oh, now we're going to restore this, maybe, I guess, Mark, you can maybe confirm this. However, what's interesting is that they seem to be sourcing their information from early 20th century translations or early 20th century dictionaries, from what I could gather. And of course, here then the question would be, it's nice that they want to restore something, but could it be that this is actually, how should I say, a fake restoration? Because what they supposedly want to restore already has been planted and forged there, which also doesn't mean that it couldn't be that it also has been beaten out of some people. I mean, by now I could imagine almost any type of double and triple crossing, but that's just the one thing that stuck out to me, that from what I understand, this revival movement is actually based on early 20th century books for Welsh. If I am correct, Mark, maybe you can confirm.
With Welsh, there's one thing that I do know because I'm from Liverpool. So Liverpool is in the northwest of England, which is right next to North Wales. And I've spent a fair amount of time in childhood going to North Wales. There's a bit of a difference between, I don't know if people are familiar with this, but North England and South England. And that divide seems to cut across the middle of Wales also. So in the north of Wales, people kept speaking the Welsh language to this day. So I've heard people in North Wales, rural people living out in the countryside, and there's an isle off the northwest coast of Wales called Anglesey, which is a lot of people there still do speak Welsh, and it's not been taught to them in schools or whatnot. It's just passed on from, say, like father to son or mother to daughter, that kind of idea from multiple generations. But in the south of Wales, I think this might be where the narrative of the language being beaten out of the Welsh came into, because the capital of Wales is Cardiff, and Cardiff is in the very south of Wales. So historically, believe it or not, Liverpool has been considered the unofficial capital of North Wales because we're the closest major city that they have, even though we're an English city. So what seems to be the case, at least to me, is perhaps the revival that you were talking about then, with road signs being re-implemented, which I've seen in my lifetime, and even on the roads when they spray, and you see on a road they'll spray paint slow, or they'll paint slow on the road to get you to slow down. In Wales they have araf, which is slow in Welsh. All these kinds of things have been re-implemented, and I think it started being taught again in college, school, and university in Wales. I think rather than it being like a construction or a reconstruction of, say, a fake revival of the language, I think maybe it's a little bit along the lines of the Machiavellian. There's a book by Machiavelli called The Prince, where there's this this idea that to maintain control of a region, you let them keep their customs, or you give them back their customs or their culture or whatever, so long as they agree to be under your rulership, that kind of idea. Like you allow them to be who they are, so long as they agree to be within your jurisdiction. So I think maybe there might be a little bit of that idea, like, hey, look, we're giving you back your language, we're giving you back your cultural identity, and it's seen as like a good thing, especially in today's day and age where there's a lot of people complaining about things like cultural appropriation, and then you can virtue signal by the slightest, given the slightest thing back is seen as like a big deal. So I think maybe in Wales it's I think the Welsh language is a real spoken language, if that makes sense. And then when it was written into the Latin script, I think then it was pushed aside because the English language clearly was going to become the main language, not only for Britain, but for the wider world in terms of business. So I think to do that, you would have to try and sort of stamp out the competition a little bit. But then once English is in place, which it is, I think then it's kind of like, okay, who cares? They can speak Welsh if they want to, because who's going to publish in Welsh if you've got a very small audience for that? Not everyone can read Welsh. Same with Irish or Scottish or Manx or Cornish. These languages that hardly anyone speaks. So that I don't think it necessarily needs to be a fake revival. Maybe more of a disingenuous revival, if that made sense.
I want to give the mic to Samuel, unless Raphael, you have a response, and then because I'd like to just share the mic around.
Definitely, just briefly. So thank you. And yes, it may well be more complex, like you're pointing out. I just want to say here it says the University of Wales Dictionary was first published in 1967, and it is based, according to Wikipedia at least, on work made from 1921. And interestingly enough, the Oxford English Dictionary officially started in around 1857 as a new English dictionary, but was only renamed to the Oxford English Dictionary in 1933. So just for some context, because technically, as soon as a language is somewhat available or known, there should be dictionaries. So that can be another pointer as to how old certain languages really are.
Samuel, you've been quiet over there, so let me give the mic to you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I just will add up about what we talked before. So I've been listening to Fomenko, and actually that idea, there was one primal language, yes, and after the language has been added up like utility tools. As example, he gives up like Persian. Persian was an exceptionally diplomatic language. I think that would be something similar as people in various industries developing their own languages today. As example, we all know probably like 3 letters abbreviations, but in different offices would mean different things. So yes, I would think like there was a primal language, but was pretty common to everybody. And later on, when it was written down, it was spread out to the two nations. Of course, that was done for a purpose. Yes. But in national settings, I mean, like, it serves as a tool of isolation. As I'm looking right now, like to my own Lithuanian language, it's very much difficult to make financially viable option to print books in Lithuanian. There is less information for people, and people are more like how to say, just isolated in what they know already, and they cannot expand their knowledge. They can. It's more difficult to learn extra language than to look information in your own language, and when you are become like boiling in your own bouillon. Okay, so I will go to my short presentation at the moment. Okay, so in general, Lithuanian history is pretty much shared with Polish history. If we will follow David Hume Jr. as example, Lithuanian, he covered a lot about how Poland been created, moving people from the east. In general, I see a big conflict happening in that area during Renaissance era, during 16th century and so on. It seems like Poland and Lithuania together been working kind of like like invaders, like a tool to attack Moscow and other Tatar areas to the east. Let's go to the language itself. I think I would start from saying what Lithuanian language been created. It's basically been made up in 20th century. It's been landed together with first Lithuanian independence in 1918. And before that, it's really hard to see any signs of Lithuanians, how to say, working on their own. It wasn't a sovereign country, never. Before there was Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth. After there was the Rzeczpospolita, Lithuanian been included in the Polish Rzeczpospolita, but it didn't exist. Now I would like to just, if you can see in the first box, 1864, Russian Empire placed a ban on all forms of the written Lithuanian language in order to subdue the people of Lithuania and to shape their country's culture into Russian norm. This is one of the statements, but there is another statement that Russian was trying to stop Latin influence, and mostly coming from Polish people. Polish language was used in upper echelons of how to say higher class Lithuanians as well. Nobody spoke Lithuanians except like villagers and peasants at that time. If you will see first Lithuanian dictionary being made by Jesuit, it's pretty typical, I guess. Konstantinas Servydis. And if you will read the names, first line, Konstantinas Servydis, Jesuit priest, he as well has a Polish name, if you can see side by side, and Latin as well. He composed Lithuanian, Latin, and Polish dictionary. That dictionary didn't appear in Lithuania until 19th century. It was basically used by a higher class. I will move to the, so 1864, Russian Empire placed a ban. And what was happening during that time? We have a national heroes in Lithuania, what is called book smugglers. And book smuggling was happening in Lithuania from now Kaliningrad, or Prussia at that time we called, or Little Lithuania. Books being printed in Kaliningrad and smuggled to Lithuania area to resist Tsar Russian Empire ban. Basically, what I would see at that period happening is Russian Empire, it was like double-edged sword. In that sense, what the Russian Empire been banning local language. I wouldn't say that it's Lithuanian as we know today. It's just local people language. And at the same time, because it was going for 40 years until 1904, there was working book smugglers where they printed books in the West and then inserted into West Lithuanian area. One of the famous Lithuanian book smuggler would be again another Catholic priest, Motiejus Valančius, and if we will check his name, he has as well Polish name. I didn't put it in here, but it has as well Polish name. And this is a common theme between Poland and Lithuania, probably, but there is a big disagreement between Polish and Lithuanian when we're talking about personalities. Same people, writers, artists, he has Polish names and he has Lithuanian names, and after 100 of years, so Lithuanians and so Polish people are saying this person is mine, like it's ours. It's not Polish or it's not Lithuanian. But in general, they've all been studying in Poland. And again, I would come back to David Ewing Jr., what Poland been created, bringing people from East and giving them like fake history. And they been working as a, I lost the word. They've been working again against previous system, let's just say. Now, what's previous language, I would assume would be Arabic. There's many evidences for that. Arabic would have similarities with Old Church Slavonic. It's, again, if you would go to Fomenko's partners, who was working with languages a lot, one of the core researchers of Fomenko, he was stating what okay, I lost what I wanted to say. Anyways, Arabic, there's plenty Arabic names in still in Lithuanian. We can see many al parts. This is just common names. And if we will talk about Christianization of pagan Lithuanian, there would be many Lithuanian surnames constructed from baptismal names of Old Church Slavonic in origin. If you will check Wikipedia, they would say that it's like 1/3 of Lithuanian names has Old Church Slavonic or Arabic roots. That would be the case. Another thing is in Lithuania, many cities, rivers, other objects are still having Tatar names as well. There are some grammatical similarities between Lithuanian and Arabic thing. Lithuanian and Arabic. So everything has a gender as example. Like even if it's cloud, it can be male, if scissors, female, and so on and so on. Every single word has a gender. That would be a small similarity with current Arabic language. And as I mentioned, it serves as tool of isolation. I will open another PDF file, I think, with more interesting things, because I spread out too much to the history, I think, and I needed to compile
Okay,
quickly something.
Samuel,
Yeah.
before we continue, let me interrupt you a little bit here because
Yeah.
I think basically, at least from the presentation that you have given, from what I understand, you're basically saying that this Catholic a priest, he smuggled Lithuanian like language. He is somehow responsible for this. Can you
I,
elaborate a little bit more on?
yeah, so sorry about that. I wasn't clear. Yes, what was going on basically, from one side, from Russian Empire, there was a suppression and ban on languages. From our side, there was many Catholics and many priests. It was a business. Even communist leaders of Lithuanians at the time were smuggling books from Kaliningrad area. And I cannot see how it could happen, without Tsar knowing it. It obviously must be, under his supervision, and it's just massive plan. It's not
Right.
possible that in a part of your empire, somebody is like opening up small schools and starting to teach language what you banned. It's basically impossible.
Well, it's a divide and is a like a divide and conquer is what I'm looking at it, and then I think the Jesuits and the Catholics are quite heavily involved with these invention of languages. Anybody agree or disagree with this sentiment?
Right.
David, you go ahead. Yeah, David first, and then Menephostovus. Alexander, go ahead.
So, I mean, yes, I agree that the Jesuits probably did a lot of shenanigans, and in general, these families and these secret clubs and orgs, of course, but it doesn't answer the question where languages come from. And I don't think we have even addressed what is even a language and when did we start to have one. Because how can you introduce a language to people that don't have another language? Or, if you start with children, of course, you kind of, you get rid of the old people, you kidnap all the young people, and then you teach them your language. So great, but it doesn't tell us where this language is coming from or where the concept of language comes from. Which maybe I understood the question wrong, but I was just thinking along those lines. Maybe I completely misheard the topic of the conversation, though. But yeah, those are my thoughts there.
Alexander.
Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, so there's definitely indications to say that our modern languages have been doctored. But I, of course, agree with David that we haven't figured out yet where they all come from. So, yeah, I mean, I think we should probably get started on that front. So I think the thing that Nosovsky said in that video was you have two types of languages, right? You have spoken languages or natural languages and artificial ones. And those artificial ones are the ones that are created for particular purposes. That's not necessarily out of nefarious, how do you say, intentions. Usually it's or at least originally, it's out of pragmatic considerations for certain particular goals. But those are all, usually generally very advanced. So that's what they all have in common, like Church Slavonic, Ancient Greek, Arabic. And we could probably add Sanskrit and and a few others to the list as well. And I think there's also, for example, German would probably fit in that category. artificial languages that are created for daily use, that are actually useful to people to use. So I think some languages are more effective than others in that regard as well. But then there are still, and I think they survive. There's definitely several of them. In Europe, there's plenty actually. Natural languages that have pre-existed, and that usually form some form of minority in any given country. And in many of those cases, I'm not sure about all of them, but in many of those cases, I do think that those indicate an original stratum that is more natural to how people think and speak. As I think I think it was David who was talking about the psychedelic aspect of language. I
Yeah.
think that's what you get to experience in those languages, like if those can be said to exist, I think.
Okay. Mark, did you want to chime in? And then Raphael.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of add on to what was said then about the idea of spoken languages and written languages, because I was thinking about how it would be so much easier instead of constructing entirely brand new languages and popularizing them. It would be easier if you left spoken languages alone and you created instead of a written language, you could create a script, like you said on previous streams about the Latin script, the Greek script, and the Hebrew script. That obviously, like modern linguistics say that all languages or most languages trace back to these, like Latin, ancient Greek, and ancient Hebrew, Hebraic. I think instead of constructing entirely new languages first and then the script, it'd be easier to invent the script first. So the alphabets for each of those would be languages. And then that way you can, I think on a previous stream, it might have been Raphael or someone was talking about the Jesuits going to different parts of Europe to start universities or places of education. And I suppose that would be really useful if you were wanting to promote other languages, some languages over other languages. So because you would have access to printing presses, or before then scribes, people under the employ who like a very select few who knew how to read and write in a particular script. It's not that you needed to learn the entire language. You'd need to learn how to what each of the letters sound like, and then apply to the languages that you would want to keep around if you were thinking about it in a long sort of way. The languages that would survive and the information that would survive would be the languages and information that were written in places that are revered, like universities or the church or that sort of idea. So you'd be writing down in a script, and then the people who only have spoken languages are obviously not being educated in how to write, and even if they were, they wouldn't be able to publish because they don't own scribes or printing presses. So anything that they know isn't going to get passed forward other than through word of mouth, which is not that big a deal because it's not like now where we can do something like this. We can set up a live stream and have however many people listening in from different parts of the world. A lot of the information after 2 or 3 generations would get lost if it was just through spoken languages. So I think probably one of the main guiding mechanisms behind it really would be the written script as opposed to the spoken language, because for those reasons, the people who control what will get popularized can do what get written. It seems like that would be, if I was the mastermind behind it, that would be probably my choice of a modus operandi. I'd think that's the easier option of all of them, because you can just control the publishing of language, and then through that over time, when you start to educate say some more of the common people who learn to read and write, they're only going to be able to read and recite or rewrite what they've been taught, because they're being taught by the people who could read and write before them. So it creates like a natural barrier between the old and the new. And then obviously this is what we now call indoctrination. So people are going to unknowingly be carrying forward either falsehoods or very selective truths to where we are now, where it's a little bit spotty, trying to pick apart the historical narrative and find where the truth is and where the lies are, or what's been excluded entirely. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Raphael.
I think the points you're bringing up are great and valid. Of course, then add into this whole idea of the printing, the switch of the printing with the linotype, these machines, and then potentially, as David Ewing Jr. pointed out, this idea of the script just being reversed. And then the other process works just exactly like you said. You own the schools, you first constructed a language, and then you just orphan, entire populations, orphan train them somewhere else and re-educate them. And of course, they couldn't, quote unquote, read or write, these poor, I'm deliberately saying this now, bastards. Yeah. And even there is a script called Bastard Script. Not sure if you've looked into this yet. And the only other thing that really struck out to me here was when you mentioned, or someone mentioned, that Arabic has genders and English, as we know, does not. Interestingly enough, German, even modern German, still does have genders. And this then made me think of how interesting that supposedly, they had this vote in America, or America almost went to speak German, but then they stuck with English. If it is true that there is this attempt at making people understand each other less, which seems obvious, then I was just like, oh, of course, then English literally cannot have any gender if it's supposed to become the mainstream. If Arabic, and especially also Quranic Arabic, which I don't know, has a gender, just to create as much distance between the different sets of understanding as possible. Only other thing I have is, you can continue. Only other thing I have is a language of birds, but I know nothing about it yet. I still have to do the research. But several individuals, including Pirate, pointed this out to me, and I also believe David Ewing Jr. spoke about this in some senses, and also Alexander Dugin mentioned that there was this civilization somewhere in Turia, and that before that was there was some type of society associated with the raven, interestingly enough, or Rab civilization, Rab, which sounds like raven in German. So yeah, that's all I got on that front.
Okay. Who was trying to speak up just now?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to mention that a lot of languages have genders. Greek even has 3. We even have neutral. Latin has 2, by the way. So that's not that big of
Unusual.
a deal.
No. I'm not saying it's unusual, but who speaks Greek? And I'm not meaning to.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah. But
yes.
German, there's plenty of people who speak it, and French even more. Well, there used to be even more since it was the lingua franca for a long time, and that has genders as well. So, but yeah, I mean, I get what you mean, but yeah.
But Alexander, like your point being that I mean, I like a lot of languages have different genders. That is connected to the nouns or the words themselves, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I don't know in how far that is an indication that they're related to Arabic. That's what I'm trying to say.
I just wanted to say, in addition to that, the Irish language also has gender, but it's not as obvious. It's a bit more complex than the way Spanish has different endings, like the letter O or the letter A for masculine and feminine. But Irish has, this is what I was saying earlier about the grammatical system for Irish. It has like, I don't know if people have heard things like the evocative case, that kind of idea. Like different ways of saying the same words, but it'll determine who you're speaking to. An example of that in English or Old English, Middle English maybe, was the way you could say thee, thou, thy, thine, ye instead of you, because ye was aimed at multiple people instead of one person. If it's one person, you say you. If you're addressing a crowd, it's ye. These kinds of ideas that are missing from English now. Irish has all of that, and a lot of grammatical systems that apparently are unique to the Celtic languages, which is where the connection is drawn between Welsh and Irish that don't sound particularly like each other, but the grammar system is fairly similar in how the words are altered, and a lot of it seems to be driven towards the idea that it's a spoken language. So the changes, the alterations that are made at the beginning and the end of some of the words seem to be to aid fluency when you're speaking, like you would with music on lyrics in a song. That kind of idea. That's what the grammatical system seems to lean towards. So it's quite a intricate language, which, like you've said, English doesn't really facilitate that at all these days.
David?
Yeah, so I wanted to propose that we could look at the thing like, what if we were in charge of inventing languages, how we would go about it. And for a realistic scenario, we can just go to a situation where we already do that. Animals have an intrinsic, let's say we can call it language, though it includes body language, includes smell, noises, but also more articulate noises. And they are already communicating in some form. It also includes smell, I mentioned that, and body movement. So they already use that. And when they're close to humans who use, like, let's say, a higher form or a more limited or more specific form of language, they start to imitate that. But I guess only to the level that they don't find their own already established form of communication not as useful. So we see that animals imitate humans more if they are either like trained or if they're living so close to humans and removed to nature that they are, missing something, and they kind of compensate with learning the human language. That's at least that's my impression. So in the same way, like I said before, children already have their like baby babble, right? And since we basically bring them out very removed from nature, they don't they have the same situation as animals who live close to humans. They don't have the connection to nature, to animals maybe, to the earth, like just electrically and imago like. So it's very easy for them to just imitate this left brain rational language that we teach them and they see us use. And the scenario, of course, includes like the higher ordered adult who has like a developed frontal cortex and has developed his rational thinking, and a very more holistically thinking and being a child, toddler or small child, which is still very holistically thinking and perceiving the world. So okay, in that scenario, of course, adult is kind of the limited one, but let's just pretend it's a higher order kind of thinking. At least partly in that limited way, it is still higher order. So now, in the same way, some organization who has trained themselves through manipulation of in vitro embryos, like we discussed, like the Bene Gesserit use psychedelics for pregnant women. And like in June is shown, they basically used this on the royal house's offspring. So they all came out with psychic abilities and vastly improved frontal cortexes and cognitive abilities. So they basically are a female priesthood who made sure that the royal houses they control have like vastly improved cognitive mental abilities compared to the plebs, the citizens, the slaves that they control, that they rule over. So what if we were an organization like that? Now, we're in the same situation as trying to teach a dog to speak. And to the dog, it doesn't even matter if we teach him English or French or Chinese. It will just learn it in the rudimentary form, because to him it's just noises connected with emotional triggers and images, right? It doesn't actually learn the words, and because we don't teach him writing, right? We just teach him like the spoken language. So, and let's say speaking a language is like the first step, and writing the language is like far more advanced concept, because now you have to actually write and abstract and all that stuff even more. So yeah, so I'm thinking along those lines, like, okay, so you can get humans to learn any language if you just make them speak the language, so children. And then later on, when you have basically habituated them for 7-8 years, you can start to teach them to write. You just sit them down, put them in a torture room that they call school with others, so you have group pressure, and you torture their brain until they get it. And you use penalization and group peer pressure and all that. That same thing would work with animals. I think they do the same thing with chimpanzees in some labs. So I mean, I see it, in chat, like, okay, is that true or not? Right, I don't know. But I'm just saying, if I were to manage a group of dogs and I want to teach them to write and to speak, and I had like 5 generations for the project and pretty much infinite resources, this is how I would go about it.
Okay. I want to ask a question to everybody in the panel. How many of you guys actually watched the series of videos, The Languages of the Empire, Part 1 and Part 2? Did you guys all see it or not?
Yep.
I've seen Part 1.
No.
Not yet.
David?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, so I saw it. I kind of went through it a little bit, but basically, at what Dem, the guy who's being interviewed there, he's talking about how hieroglyphics from Alexandria area was one of the progenitors of the Arabic language. It just kind of evolved from that to Arabic, and then he was also talking about the other languages in the empire. So Persian was mentioned earlier, Arabic. There is the Church Slavonic. So Alexander, you know a little bit about Church Slavonic, or somebody else was talking about Church Slavonic as well. Samuel, was it you who was also
was Samuel,
talking about church? Okay. Because the Church Slavonic, one of the examples that he was giving is that there's like a 500-page grammar book about Church Slavonic. It's a very complex language. It's uses a lot of grammar, and there are a lot of different like suffixes and prefixes to change the meaning and everything. And it reminded me a lot about Sanskrit as well. And what, at least my theory on that, is that because like based on the work and based on the conversation with David and Ewing Jr., that is David Ewing Jr. and Raphael, and some of the books that he has written, David has basically not, I don't know if I would say proven, but shown with a lot of evidence that Sanskrit is a kind of a recent language, like probably no more than a couple hundred years, but it's a very complex language, right? So my guess is that they borrowed a lot of these grammatical ideas, probably maybe from the Church Slavonic. Anybody have any ideas on this?
The only thing I wanted to say there was relating back to what I said before. Is it possible that the spoken Sanskrit language is older and the written, the concise, I can't remember the name of the script, is maybe that's been brought around in the past couple hundred years and documented in the sense I was talking about before, where they can control the trajectory of the language through its written form. And maybe that's why the language itself, as a spoken language, is quite concise and very detailed, like a wide vocabulary. That to me seems like it perhaps might have came through it being spoken for a while before, maybe. If that, I hope, like, that kind of sounds like the reason it'd be complex is because it's been spoken for a long while. Do you know what I mean?
Just because of the relationship between Lithuanian and Sanskrit, we usually say that Lithuanian is one of the most archaic Indo-European languages, and have many similarities with Sanskrit, many words sharing. I think those words is in blend. But if we will check common Lithuanian folks. Many people in their daily lives using many Slavic words, Polish, Russian, and German as well. So it's like a mixture. I cannot say, like Lithuanian would be, we can find maybe Sanskritic rules, something like that in grammar, but spoken language, it's sharing many similar words. So I think we can find same similarities between Sanskrit and Arabic and Old Slavonic, Old Church Slavonic languages. We would find something similar.
Raphael?
And my only issue with this idea is who could really still speak it if it was an old language spoken and you have 0 speakers, just like with Latin and ancient Greece. It doesn't sound too realistic to me, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, many of those languages I don't think are spoken. So I don't think Latin was ever spoken, to be honest, for example.
Well, I mean, they speak it now, right? In the Vatican, and the people who are of the Jesuits, they have to learn Latin, and I think they do communicate in Latin now. But like it being like an ancient language, so like so far as I understand it, like basically, he like the Bible is an important document, obviously, right? So like the way they describe like how Bible came about is because of Hebrew and then Greek, right? So the idea, the prevailing theory is that Hebrew came prior to a lot of these other languages. But if you look at the Paleo Hebrew and Paleo Greek, they're more or less the same symbols, like going in opposite directions. And I guess one of the things that David Ewing Jr. was talking about is that the Hebrew or Latin and Greek, these are kind of a derivative of the Arabic writing, and like Arabic writing going from right to left, and then you have the Latin going to left to right, right, and then basically it's kind of like another perspective of how the Arabic was presented. Like so, if the Arabic is written in a certain way, and then you take bits of it and then turn it into Latin and Greek. What do you guys think about this idea?
I think like someone said a moment ago, the Latin language was probably not a spoken language and was used, like I was saying before, the Latin script to publish particular writings in that language, because I don't know if anyone's heard spoken Latin, but it sounds not fluent at all. Like it doesn't sound like a language that you would choose to speak. It doesn't sound very fluent, but written down, it does. Like it reads fluently because it's more complex than English, let's say. So it's a bit more specific with fewer words used, that kind of idea. It seems like that's more for written language than spoken.
Yeah, it's concise, so everything is encoded in each word, so you don't actually plus the order of words doesn't literally makes no difference as long as the syntax is correct. So there's stuff like that which is very interesting, definitely. So there's definitely, if those are artificial languages, there's definitely been a lot of effort that went in there, which is impressive at least. But even with liturgical Latin, I wanted to get back to that for Nachiketa here. Even there, they use a simplified version for liturgy. So the spoken Latin they speak in church is simplified and actually sounds more like Italian. I think it's called vulgar Latin, vulgar Latin, something like that. But yeah, it sounds more like Italian.
Interesting. Thank you. Raphael, and then David. I think David probably has something to say. But Raphael, I have a question for you. So, I mean, you definitely, of course, have done a lot of talks with David Ewing Jr. So, what does David Ewing Jr. say about this invention of languages?
Well, in the most simple way to say it would be that almost anything and everything modern are some variants of the original Quranic Arabic language, which nobody is actually properly speaking today, by the way.
Yeah, definitely interesting. And this idea of the Arabic language is, that there's a distinction between quote unquote ancient Arabic and then quote unquote classic Arabic and then this like modern Arabic. So I think it's good for people to distinguish these ideas, and that we don't really have any one speaking the ancient Arabic anymore, and this classic Arabic has been introduced to the people, kind of another Babel type of situation.
Basically, yes. Modern Standard Arabic is a completely modern invention, and yeah, that's basically it.
David, did you want to just kind of elaborate or clarify some things?
Yeah. So I maybe we can kind of find a common ground here that language are all obviously artificial, because we cannot find a time in the past, in the history, in the fake history or in the alternative history, where there wasn't a vastly superior group controlling everyone, whether that be a group of chieftains or priests or secret societies or churches or whatever. And they always had the means to fully control the writing, the definitions of the word, and basically the culture, right? So to me, it is pretty obvious, and it's kind of a non-issue to talk about, that this is the case. So I'm a little bit frustrated that we're talking about this, because I thought this was kind of our entry point into this topic. Like, if someone can explain to me how it could be possible that languages, the way we use them today, have evolved naturally. And I mean modern languages, I don't mean like some ancient Nordic dialect that sounds like the oaks rustling in the wind. I mean like, rational, expressed left brain languages. Then I would be really interested to hear that. But the way I see it, I just I can't see that. So
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but let's try to bring some clarity to that frustration. So, what is it that you are frustrated with, and which direction would you like the conversation to go to alleviate this frustration that you're feeling?
well, we all know only modern languages, and then we have some speculation about the past languages, but at the same time, we're all deeply involved in alternative history research, and we have pretty much confirmed to various levels that we cannot be sure about the past pretty much at all. So we can only speculate the past. So all we have is what we have now, what we use now, and what we see around us. And it includes us, small children, animals, how we communicate in them. And then we have speculation about the past. So how can we make absolute statements about the past in this situation? That is kind of, I guess, where my frustration is coming from.
Can I
Okay,
go?
was anybody? Yeah, one second. Let me just say one thing. I'm not sure if anybody was making quote unquote absolute statements about the past. It's just that we are here to all speculate together, and we're trying to work with like little bit of probabilities where like, hey, could this be possible? We don't know exactly, and I agree with you. But who knows? We have to time travel back in time and to see exactly what happened. But Alexander, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think I can satisfy David's curiosity on most fronts. So generally, okay. So I think you want first off a summary of like the mainstream history of, or, well, not history, but like explanation of how languages came about. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, but I guess
I
we
mean,
haven't heard that,
just
and
an explanation.
it was on the table. So if you can give that, I
Yeah.
guess it would be interesting for everyone, including me. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so the general theory, and it's not complete. So I don't think the mainstream that like academia think they have all the answers either. But that obviously they do think of what they do as a science, right? So the mainstream theory is obviously, well, not obviously, but is that at least the European languages, they all descend from the Indo-European, Indo-Iranian language family, from the Scythians and all that jazz. So what they generally do is they try to find etymological connections between words from one language to the next. And usually, so the funny thing about that is that whether the languages are artificial and all come from the same source of like a group of intellectuals that created those languages, or whether those evolved naturally that way, the way they claim they did, it works either way because those connections exist. Because if a group of scientists created those languages, then they will have a common origin, so they will be using common, not words, but like etymological, like roots for words in different languages to create maybe a familial connection. But on the other hand, if it has evolved naturally, as they claim it has, then that works as well, which I think is pretty interesting because that means that we can actually use that information that's available in academia, in linguistics, and so on, to get an advantage. But as far as how languages really come to be, I think I agree with you. It begins with the basic things. So the first words children learn are mama and papa. And mama is probably usually always the first because mom is the sound you make when you're looking for food as a baby. So it's a literal chicken or egg thing with the word mama because it exists in all languages. Because it's the first word children say naturally without having to be prodded to do so, usually. And then the word papa, you could say, or tata if you prefer, is like a refinement of that idea. So then they take a first step into learning an actual word. And so it goes on. They learn new languages, new words, I mean, and they create this. Every human being does this. Every child does this. They create their like a construct, which is at the same time it's your worldview, because you the way you speak, the way you think, because your language defines the way you think, defines your worldview and how you interpret the world. So there's a lot of factors there. You could say that languages are designed, if they are artificial, are designed to impose a certain worldview on certain cultures, to maybe like try and like germinate a certain. We're literally talking about cultures, like in the lab, right? So you have all these people. You take them, put them in a confined space of one country. You teach them one language, and you see how that affects them, and how that affects their neighboring countries, how those relationships work in on each other. And I think they used, like, if that is true, if they had this whole project where they are managing all these languages, I think they just used the tools they had. So some languages may have been natural, and they may have found them the way they were. Some may have needed some tweaking. Others may have needed more extensive help. And we don't even know what the intention was behind it. Maybe they have noble intentions. Maybe those languages, maybe I'm yeah, okay. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna make any moral judgments, but so as far as speculation goes, I think there are pretty clear. We have pretty clear information of how at least a child naturally learns a language, and also as to how a language could be imposed on a culture, let's say, that doesn't speak it, or that doesn't know how to write, because that's another thing as well. Because, for example, so the thing that I'm mostly occupy my time with lately is with Albanian culture and with the Arvanites in Greece. The Albanians never had a script, so their language, at least according to the researches that have been done and to their own tradition and etc., was passed on from generation to generation completely verbally. Obviously, there were exceptions. There were people that learned how to write, and those people, at least in the beginning, wrote in different scripts as well. So there were people who learned Arabic and wrote Albanian in Arabic. And there were people who learned Greek and wrote it in Greek script. And there were people who wrote it in Latin. In the end, Latin became the dominant script in Albania when Albania became an independent country. So that's and that's where it kind of loses the plot. But it's a weird history in general. But there are linguists who claim that Albanian is one of the, and obviously they said that about Lithuanian as well. So they say that about a lot of languages, and it probably depends on the scientists. But they say that Albanian is one of the most ancient Indo-European languages. But if you hear some of the basic terms that it uses, you can actually tell that it's super primitive. So, for example, one famous example that I heard recently is like the word for tooth is dhumbe. So Albanian uses a lot of consonants. They don't use a lot of vowels. So dhumbe is tooth, and the word for pain is also dhumbe. So toothache was such an important factor in their lives that pain got the same word. So I think that's an indication of like how a language could evolve like naturally. And with that, I've made my piece.
Yeah, David, did you want to respond?
Yeah, so you make a few good points, and I really want to say, so the reason why you would control language, to get to the question of you saying, yeah, it's probably just an accident, it's probably, who knows if it's an accident or intentional, maybe not, right? I call complete bullshit on that, because why would we want to control language? Because we want to control thinking. So when we control language, we control the thinking. We basically box the thinking in the containment of what the language allows to express or is able to express. So pretty simple. It's not an accident. You define the language, you define a prison for the mind. It's not, and that's not something like cliche to say. It's just very factual and very pragmatic. That's just what you're doing. So
no, I agree.
Right. So when you control the language, it's like when you put a dog on a leash. It's not by accident. It's because you want the dog on a leash. Right? It's not like because your mom has a flu, or you just bought a cucumber and that's why you have the dog on a leash. No, it's because you want the dog controlled. And the same reason is when you create a language and enforce it on a population. That's just only one reason why you do that, and that is to control the thinking of the population and possibly their offspring and so on. So looking at that, I want to make the point that if someone can explain to me how is it possible that this is not for controlling the population, and then we get to the question that is absolutely pretty much impossible, that is not intentional, and the languages are all artificial, because what other reasons are there to create a language when you are a secretive, world-controlling group of organizations, right? You control the thinking, you enforce it by violence, you keep people separated, you periodically enforce wars to keep people, keep the animosity between these different peoples up. It's basically looks to me like a big global exercise in A/B testing. What does this do to these people? How do they react? It's like a big laboratory in behavioral testing and behavioral research, pretty much over generations. And I'm sure the big Vatican library probably they have some. Well, no one can go in there basically. But Anyway, so that's like, to me, it looks like it's absolutely artificial. I don't see a way how it cannot be artificial, just how I cannot see the universe just coming out of a big explosion and by accident everything emerges into beautiful structures and higher order patterns. Like, it doesn't happen that way. It's not, if something explodes, you have a bunch of crap, you have a big heap of trash, you don't have a Ferrari. So in the same way, I don't see that making sense. And in terms of what could be the intention of brutally controlling populations and enforcing thinking harnesses on them, I don't see another reason to do that except to control them. So I don't know if we can maybe kind of level on that, because we can
No.
fly around
I
the
don't
room.
think I disputed that at all.
No, I
just
mean not
thought-
you
yeah.
specifically, but everyone
Yeah.
else. I don't
No,
think
I
we
don't
need
think-
to fly around the room on these points. I just want to make that point again. Like, I don't think we need to fly around the room. Oh, this country has done this, and maybe they learned it from the trees or from the birds. Yeah, sure, they probably did originally had some kind of communication that evolved from that. But the point is, like, the modern languages, just so we can kind of agree on that, maybe they are probably here for a different reason. Very likely. Very likely.
Yeah, let me share the mic with others just to get their point on this. Let's start with Samil. Samil, do you have any thoughts on what's being talked about here? And then Mark, and then
Yeah,
Raphael.
I think language usually is as big as the environment, because when human lives, let's say, in a forest, his environment is made up from different things than a person who lives in a metropolitan city, and the different language needed for the different environment. And of course, when we're having something like metropolitan city, we need to control that population. That's absolutely logical, and I would say the same thing. All modern languages are made for control, and maybe I only would say what we need to. We don't see nothing beyond old Quranic Arabic. We don't have nothing big. And this should be, I don't know, like our.
You don't think hieroglyphics is before Quranic Arabic?
I didn't saw hieroglyphics, but it wasn't debunked.
Hieroglyphics, Egyptian hieroglyphics, like the prevailing theories that came before the Quranic Arabic, is it
Yeah,
not?
yeah, I don't support that theory. More like on
Okay.
flamenco and the Yuan Jing line. So.
Why? May I ask why? Or why not?
Just because of all the evidences. I mean, like, it's really, you can see so much facts, what you can check, double check, and you will find just more of the same thing. So it's usually something more, how to say, no, there is no more grounded theory. I didn't found, at least. That's my personal experience, and I will talk from my personal experience, I guess.
That's fine. You can have your opinions. What we are interested in is why you think the way you do, and like what are some of the evidences that you can share with us that would refute this idea that I don't have any. I don't have a dog in the race. I don't care if hieroglyphics is actually the first language or the last language. It's just that I want to know where you're coming from. That's all.
So, as example, even same Lithuania, we having, but we will find coins as example. It's Arabic, like official history. It's Lithuanians are pagans, the last European pagans, and when we find coins, when we find Arabic names, when we find it's completely contradicts the mainstream history and everything what's said about languages.
Okay. Mark, and then Raphael, and then I think I would like to take like a 5 minute break after you guys speak, and then we just take a little bit of a reset and then get back into the conversation if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah. The only thing I don't know entirely what to talk on here, but there was I thought maybe it'd be a good time to bring up one of the pictures, or even I sent Nachiketa a couple of pictures earlier. This connection to the idea of Arabic being the for lack of a better term, like the universal language across Europe. If you have there's a green picture, Nachiketa, which has a butterfly and sugar on it. It's a clover in the background.
Okay, give me a second.
All right. So the idea that we've been speaking about here, this Arabic being like an older language that was universal. So the word sugar here, I'm not going to be able to pronounce in Arabic, so I don't speak Arabic. But I'm assuming it's sukar. In Arabic, in Irish, it's shukra. The S at the beginning is pronounced the way we would pronounce sh, because it's next to the letter I, which is a slim vowel, so it's pronounced shukra. That one doesn't stand out too much to me because I'm thinking perhaps sugar is a modern word, and it might have been loaned into languages. But the other word at the top there in Arabic, which I think says farashah, stood out to me because the Irish feilacán is quite a unique word for butterfly. You don't really, the way with etymology and phonetics, you can kind of see across languages certain connections, particularly in Germanic languages and then in Romance languages. But this one, feilacán, is quite different to other languages that I've looked at. Apart from here, you see it has a similar. It's similar enough, I think, to the Arabic. There's also the other picture, Nachiketa. This
Okay, one second.
connects. I think this idea I was looking at that I know some people are familiar with anyway is the Phoenician alphabet, being in some ways connected to the Arabic script. And so, with that in mind, this here is apparently this is Phoenician. So the Phoenician language is written from right to left, like Arabic, but Latin script is written from left to right, like English. So this here is apparently a phonetic rendering of something in Phoenician flipped from right to left over to left to right, put into the Latin script. And as people can see, the early Irish Celtic, I can read some of that Irish there. I know that the word lom means with me, Liom, the second word. Mo, the third word, is my. Ach, ACH, is but. On, and the word after it is the. And then in the second line, you've got Laurim, which means I speak. LEABHRAIM. That's. And then if I look up at the Latin rendering of Phoenician, it's. I mean, you can see it's pretty much the same. I don't know. This is something I saw the other day in one of the videos Nachiketa reposted from another channel that stood out to me because, like I was saying, when people are looking for connections for Arabic being this sort of universal script across Europe, you have Irish connecting to Phoenician, and then the Phoenician alphabet is said to connect to the Arabic alphabet or the Arabic script. In ways, there's kind of a little bit of a if you put it into a spider diagram, you could draw the lines and connect the dots, that kind of idea. I just think this might be an interesting piece of evidence, maybe not proof, but a little bit of evidence that kind of lends to what David Ewing Jr. and Fomenko have illustrated.
Okay, thank you. Raphael, do you have any thoughts on what we've been discussing so far?
Differing thoughts. Do you have any particular question, just so I can give a slim answer?
Well, I mean, I think it's good to kind of narrow it down to like I understand David Alvion's concern here, and I think we should probably move in that direction of like, hey, like, okay, like who are the controllers and why are they doing whatever they doing? I think it's pretty self-evident, but it's probably good to elaborate on all that kind of stuff. But as far as like, like David Ewing Jr.'s thoughts on like, the invention of languages and, where it comes from, like, probably better than anybody else here, what his theories are, right?
Yeah, so there was one thing in particular I wanted to mention because we spoke about Sanskrit, and in a recent presentation entitled Ancient India Did Not Exist, but also on actually some of the older presentations as well. A few times he has shown pictures from India, first more, let's say, older ones, but now also more recent ones, let's say going up to the 70s, 80s. And it really seems as if there was not much there at all. And without wanting to be judgmental by appearances, but it doesn't look as if the village people or anyone had any great culture or remnants of anything. And speaking of Sanskrit, it's also very suspicious how all of those manuscripts were basically found within the span of just a few years. I believe we went through this last time, Nachiketa, briefly as well. And then you piece it together, and I'm open to it. Why not? Sanskrit shall be a 40,000-year-old super amazing language gifted by the progenitors or whatever. But just if we factor in these ideas, then at the very least it will be a situation as to what I believe Mark had suggested with Irish, that if it is a restoration, it will be a heavily altered one. But as just with this example shown right now, or Welsh, sorry, it may also well be that how should I say, what we would be restoring to in terms of quote unquote older national languages now may also only be just the first offshoot or first obfuscation or second or third level of obfuscation from, for lack of a better term, the original Quranic Arabic. Because as we understand, and we went through this also with David Albion in the Landmann talk and the Theodosian language, there is just so many, if not all of the modern languages that have all these strange relations to, for lack of a better term, Old Arabic, that it just seems very likely. Although I have to say, I also kind of enjoy you, Nachiketa, playing devil's advocate and be like, oh, could this really be, and so on. But yeah, if we also take it from the falsification route, whatever the official narrative is presented, as soon as it is examined, it just seems to really fall apart. Yeah, everywhere. Yes.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, let's take a 4 or 5 minute break. I'm going to play a song, and let's kind of reset after we come back, if we can. Okay. Any last words before we go? Okay. All right. See you guys in about 5 minutes. Let me play a song, and then we'll take a little break. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around for us, and we're going to continue with this conversation. Thanks everybody for being.
Konuktargıt arılah, öttük haralah, ili tuturda, karatitçilere, kehiler, kündüler, miçiktinan manılar,
Okay, everybody. I hope you went to the restroom and got refreshments and are ready for the next section of this conversation. We are talking about the invention of languages, and I think it's good to just kind of hone it in a little bit and really, like, okay, we have a mainstream theory. We probably most everybody here can agree that we don't really accept the mainstream theory of how languages came about. Then the next question in my mind would be like, okay, um, what is the natural evolution of language? And then on top of that, when these invented languages came about, when around did that happen? How were they able to do it? And what brought us to where we are now, right? I think this is a kind of another interesting topic to kind of veer into. So let's start with Samil, I know that you didn't finish your presentation about your Lithuanian language, but I wonder if you could you know just hang with us and talk about like this evolution of languages, if you don't mind, for now. Is that okay with you? Samil, are you with us? Okay, he must not be back yet. Let's continue on with the conversation until he comes back. Um, La- Raphael, would you like to start us off? Maybe he's not back either. Who's here?
I'm here.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, Raphael's back. Okay, go ahead.
Was that Raphael? I don't think that was Raphael.
Oh, it wasn't Raphael. Okay,
That was me saying I'm
who
here.
is
Not
he?
Bloomer.
Okay, Mark is here. David is here, and Alexander is here. So who wants to? Okay, let me ask David. David, let me ask you, where do you want to go in terms of conversation? Let's explore that.
I see the question popping up in chat a lot, like how is it possible to introduce a fake language and just technically, maybe we can touch on that quickly because it's and I would like also to maybe give a quick overview of the conversation we had about Erhard Landmann and the Arabic European connection, because it seems not everyone is aware of this, and I think it's very pertinent to this conversation to get that context and shared understanding.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, let's start from there then.
Okay, so maybe so in terms of how to put a language on a population, it's very simple. You look at David Ewing Jr.'s material and you look at other Tataria channels, or I think conversations that we are here on Nachiketa's channel, and it's pretty much what you do is you steal the children, you get rid of all the other people, or you put the children in another area where the other people don't have access to them, and then you just throw the children in school, and you have to get them before they are have to get them young so they don't speak on their own yet. So like ideally probably 3 to 4 years old. So they didn't have contact with another language yet, in the throw them in school, let them imitate the people around them for 2 to 3 years, then throw them in school, and they just don't know anything else. Boom, now you have a new language in your population within one generation. It's really not hard. It's not a difficult thing. If you have access to different areas that are sufficiently large and you have access to logistics to move people around, it's pretty much the easiest thing in the world to do this. Now, in terms of what's the connection between Europa and Arabic, David Ewing Jr. mentioned a lot of times, and you brought evidence for that Europe was speaking Arabic, and there's a lot of artifacts found that are looking like Quranic or Arab script and Kufic Arabic script. So it's likely that it was just pretty much there were like the Europeans back in the day were Muslims, or like were Quranists, let's say, and were using Arab script and speaking Arab language. And then they had to flee Europe and took their script with them and their Quran, and so on. So that's like what he explains. And there was this guy from Germany, Erhard Landmann, who he was like an amateur linguist, and he wrote a book called well, it has a German title, but translated it's like Shattering of the Worldview or something. And anyway, the gist of it is he looked at languages around the world, very obscure languages, very mainstream languages, from English, Japanese, Finnish, Kiswahili, Spanish, all Norwegian, all kinds of languages, and he basically made tables comparing German, modern German, old German, and that specific language, and he made tables for each language and compared them all with modern and old German. And he basically made the point pretty conclusively that they all come from old German. Of course, that's just what it looks like. He doesn't say like everyone's a German and everyone's language is coming from Germany and so on, right? It's not like that nationalistic take. More like what he's saying is there was this language a long time ago that emerged into all these different dialects, and the area where today is Germany is just for some reason that we don't know about phonetically closest to that language. Doesn't mean like we're all speaking a dialect of German. That's kind of a nationalist take that he didn't subscribe to, but it just means like you could just say it's like ancient Japanese, or it's ancient Arab, or it's ancient Kiswahili, right? So it's just the old European language, or the old world language, or the old human language, right? And then David Ewing Jr., I think, also made that point that, and we had some conversations in the Telegram as well, that ancient Arabic is very close to the ancient German, or more accurately, the ancient language. So which kind of confirms, because then it just means ancient Arabic and ancient German or ancient language is just the same thing, just might be from a different region. So it's basically a slightly different dialect, but it's the same language. It has the same, just like what I think Mark was showing before. He was showing Sumerian and Irish, or Old Gaelic or Old Irish, right? And you just look at this sentence and you'd be like, okay, yeah, just you don't have to explain this. It's obviously the same language. It's just a different dialect. These people were living here, and 3 villages further down the road, they were speaking a little bit different. It's just how languages work. We can see that even today. As long as it's a spoken language, you have these variations across regions that just slightly vary. And yeah, so that is, I think, an important context to give here, so everyone is aware of this. Languages are phonetically different from region to region, and we have identified this old language that was very similar across regions, and it emerged into these, what we could now say, very varied dialects, which we call now the modern languages all across the world. So that is the, let's say, David Ewing Jr. ex Erhard Landmann perspective on the old languages versus modern languages. And it is, of course, in stark contrast to traditional orthodox linguistic theory, although that doesn't mean much, in my personal opinion.
Okay, anybody else?
I don't mind sharing
Go ahead.
something. I agree with what David was saying when he started out about how one would convert people to a particular language. In the instance David gave was by force, like this. You mentioned the trafficking of children. I'm not going to get you a shadow ban for that, am I, Nashketa? Do I need to be careful?
No, well, I mean, I think you're okay so far. Don't
Okay.
worry. I mean, we talk about this quite openly here, and it's an important topic to talk about. But yeah, I mean, the whole orphan train thing, kidnapping of kids, is that what you're talking about here?
It was just particular buzzwords. I understand that the algorithm running behind it might pick up on certain words, which is why I paused between, because I realised I might be saying something that maybe the system might pick up on and pull the stream or something. That's all.
Okay, well, go ahead and finish your thought, and I want to know which direction that you're going with this.
A safer direction than that. I was just saying that I agree that that's one way of converting people to a language, which I think could have taken place and also could be combined with. I was thinking of the idea that that would be the hard fast way of converting people to a language, and then the slow easy way would be something like I was saying earlier. If you control the language through a script, a written script, I mean, like an alphabet. Like I said about the Latin, ancient Greek, and supposed ancient Greek and ancient Hebraic, that kind of idea, where you have a written system to apply to languages, and then if you put emphasis on one language being, say, the academic language or the ecclesiastical language, then that'll become the most prominent. And in time, what you would see if you were patient and you wanted to if you knew that a populace might be difficult, if you went for the hard fast approach, then the slow easy approach would be something like this. You could implement that script, and then over time you're publishing, say, newspapers or whatever in I'll use the modern example in English. I'll use, because I'm British and I've spoken a bit about the Irish and the Welsh and that, this idea that you could, in Britain, at least from my perspective, it could be that maybe they went with the hard fast approach first and that did enough damage. But then I think what maybe we can see, or seems logical if we were trying to logically backtrack what happened, it might look something like newspapers are published in English, academic papers are published in English, university, if you're writing anything at college or university or in school, then it'll be in English. If you wanted to get into the workplace, obviously you would have to speak English, because most workplaces would be dealing with English written documents. So over time, Irish, Scottish, Manx, Welsh, and Cornish would become a little bit redundant so far as written language is concerned, which means in time you would be, if you wanted to keep up with the modern world, or if you wanted to join the modern world, modern society, and have a job and earn money, then you'd be inclined to have English as at least your second language, but preferably your first language, which to me is what we see today in Britain, where everyone's first language, for the most part, is English. And then on the west coast of Ireland, they still do speak Irish. And on the Isle of Man, they have Manx, which is another form of Gaelic. And then you've got Scotland has a few different languages, believe it or not, about 4 or 5. And then Cornish is very similar to Welsh, but it isn't as well documented as Raphael was saying earlier about a little bit of a reformation with Welsh dictionaries. The Cornish language is very, very similar to Welsh, almost like a similar way to how Irish and Scottish are very similar. That kind of idea. So I can see that being a way of transferring people from one language like Irish over to English, is just make it economically an economically viable option to take, that you would choose and
You can
consent
just
to on
beat
your
them
own.
up.
I mean, you could
Just
beat them
beat them
up.
up.
You could beat them up,
Maybe that'll be
but
easier. Just to, round them up and beat them up, and then take their children and then force them to speak another language. So,
I
anyways,
don't think that'd
but yeah,
be the easier option. I don't know if that'd be the easier option, or I think that's the quicker option. But if you
I
had
think
time,
both happened.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
I think
probably
both.
both happened. Yeah, I'm being facetious, but go ahead, Alexandra.
Oh, I was just gonna add that was.
Yeah,
Is it my
okay.
turn? If you want, I can go.
Yeah,
But
if you want to go for it.
I don't know. Was Mark done?
Were you done,
Yeah, you
Mark?
can go. Yeah, feel free. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, on that topic, there's actually it's actually pretty interesting how that because here in Greece we have actually a really good example of how that happened, and also to get back on Raphael's earlier point, it's pretty interesting because I do have my own suspicions about the so-called original, or maybe, well, not original, because the Greeks don't believe it's the original language, but the pre-existing language that was dominant before Greece became an independent culture, which was Albanian. The thing is, like, how the so I don't know. Is Raphael back? Because I actually wanted
Yes,
him to
I'm
hear
here.
that. You're here. Okay, excellent. All right. So because there's this whole thing. Okay. So the official history is that the Albanians were called to Greece, were invited to Greece by the Byzantine Empire to occupy some lands and to guard them. So they performed a military function mostly as mercenaries, guarding the borders of the empire. So that's they were one of the peoples that did that. They had other mercenaries for that kind of stuff too, and there's epic poems composed about the Akrites. That's how they called them. So the people that lived on the edge of civilized society. That's what the name Akri means, like in Acropolis. So they lived on the borders, and they are said to have been bilingual. So they spoke both Greek and their own native language. But then, obviously, there, the Ottoman Empire came around. There were some kerfuffles with the Franks and with the Venetians and the Genovese and all these different peoples. There was a short time span, according to mainstream history again, where there existed a kingdom of Albania within the borders of Epirus, which is northwestern Greece, bordering to Albania, and a large part of Albania is also Epirus. And that dissolved, and they kind of spread all over Greece, and it became basically Ottoman subjects. So what happened then, after 500 years, they claim 500 years, that for some reason they insist on calling it an occupation of 500 years, which is also very interesting. But after all that time, we still had
Ottoman occupation, just to be clear.
Exactly, yeah, Ottoman.
Because they say the same with Hungary.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a narrative, clearly.
Well, if you're the Vatican, of course it's occupied, especially after you declare that you are God and you own the entire surface and
yeah, exactly,
everything.
Yeah, exactly. But so during that time, the population in Greece, let's say, they were allowed to have their own religion. So they were allegedly Christian Orthodox, while the population of Albania were mostly Muslim, and they were also mostly a lot of them were Janissaries. So that means they were like elite an elite Ottoman warrior class that was recruited from the various subjects, ethnicities under Ottoman rule. But the thing is, what they don't say, obviously, is that those Janissaries, they existed in Greece as well. And I'm not even sure they were, even in the mainstream narrative, I'm not even sure if it was mandatory for them to have been Muslim. So I think it could be it would be safe to say, if that narrative is true, that there were Christian Janissaries as well in Greece. who were probably of the same stock, because that was the warrior tribe that was
What year?
calling the shots. Let's say around. So the revolution happened in 1821, or started in 1821. But let's say that like that would be the status quo around maybe like the 1700s. You'd have various tribes that are in service of the Sultan, or the Pasha, actually the regional lord, because that's actually how it happened. That would collect the taxes, and that would protect the area. So they would collect. There was basically like a mob, basically. They would collect protection money, and but they would also do raids as well. So, for example, the Suliots, who are some of the most infamous Greek revolutionary heroes, are from the tribe of the Suliots. They were mountaineers, and they were just. I mean, they were warriors. They didn't work the land. So they, if they couldn't collect taxes, they would go down and rob people. And that's also in the official narrative. So all the Greek freedom fighters, they were called kleftes, which means thieves. So if they weren't in military service, in which case they were called armatoloi, so they were bearing arms, gendarmes, let's say. If they weren't in service, they were robbers. But so then, around the 1800s, a first attempt at a revolution happened in Romania, and that was started by an organization called the Filichieteria. So that's the it means the friendly brotherhood, or the friendly company. So those were clearly Freemasons. They inducted their members via initiation rituals. They had these grades with different names as well. And the funny thing is that the initial stage, if you became a member, was the title of Vlami. So, and Vlami means brother in Albanian. And then as you went up the ladder, the titles became more and more Greek, actually. So it's a very strange construction. But that brotherhood, or that lodge, if you will, was founded in Russia by a number of Greek politicians that were working there, and a number of other officials, with the explicit goal to eradicate Islam in Greece.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Curious.
that's also very interesting. So I think there's definitely some connection with the Jesuits there as well. And they basically went around recruiting Greek military men. So all the revolutionaries were members of that order. But at the same time, they were also members of the Ottoman authorities, let's say. So they were working, like the majority of the main heroes, because there's like 20 or something of them. But there's more. But there's like a core group of main ones that are very famous, and there's more around that are maybe less famous. As you go further down, but like the core group were all members of the royal guard, or the honor guard, let's say, of Ali Pasha Tepelena, who was he was an Ottoman ruler in Yanina in Greece, in Epirus, who was also Albanian, by the way. And he had outstayed his welcome, so he had stayed in power for much longer than the other pashas and the Sultan liked. So he, apparently, according to the narrative, accidentally jump-started the revolution, and based on that, basically the Greek freedom fighters. They latched on and kept fighting, and then they got help from abroad, from the British, from the French, and so on, and they beat the Turks. So, okay. So we first off we have the church that is speaking Greek in Greece. They were the ones, the first that were basically imposing the language. The liturgical language was always in Greek, and so on. Then we have the Philikieteria, that is a Masonic society that is aimed at eradicating Islam and obviously promoting the Greek language. And they hail from Russia, which isn't accidental either. And then we have, obviously, once the Greek state is formed, we have a number of influences. So first off, we received a king from Germany, King Otto von Glücksburg. He was obsessed with ancient Greek culture and stuff, so he initially tried to promote that more, but later on he actually seemed to to like his Albanian bodyguards and stuff, so he adopted their dress and stuff. So he started promoting that as well. So that became part of the Greek culture as well. But he moved the capital of Greece from Nafplio, where they used to speak Albanian, and they still do, by the way. A lot of people there that are native there, that haven't migrated from Albania later on, still speak their dialect. So they used to speak the language in the how do you say, in the in Parliament. Okay, sorry. And they moved it to Athens and started a new project, or project to impose the Greek language on the entire population. And that's where basically that whole process that I explained the other day, I'm not sure if that where they invented basically two strains of Greek language, like the demotic, the folk language, and the academic, or like the ancient, the pure language. And basically they created a synthesis of the two to create a new national identity, basically, which is obviously largely based on Byzantine identity. And I think initially, because initially the revolutionaries were told, or they are said to have claimed, especially Kolokotronis, who is the biggest of them all, Theodoros Kolokotronis, is said to have claimed that his goal was to retake Constantinople and to continue the legacy of the Byzantine Empire, of the Roman Empire. Obviously, that we failed at retaking Constantinople. Originally, we had actually conquered it during the First World War, but then we moved further into Asia Minor and got defeated. So we lost everything in the process there. So what happened is that Greece, the Greek government, instead fell back on ancient Greek culture over Byzantine culture. But that doesn't mean that Byzantine culture doesn't still have a large influence here, because we still have the church. Everyone is officially Orthodox. There's like it's almost unthinkable to have a kid and not baptize it here in Greece. So through all these avenues, the Greek language got imposed, and at the same time, Albanian got snuffed out. There's definitely accounts of violence having been used as well in that regard, but they also use subterfuge. So, for example, what they did is, because the Arvanites used a lot of Greek loanwords. For example, in newspapers, they would increase the number of Greek words little by little, just to get them used to speaking the Greek language, stuff like that. So yeah, anything else I missed? I think well, that's how that kind of happened here in Greece, I think. So I think that gives you an idea of how that could happen in other countries, because I think that's also what happens. For example, in Scotland, you had the same thing where people were told not to speak their own language and start speaking English instead. And the same thing happened in many other countries, I think.
Say thank you, Alexander. Anybody, Raphael, Samuel, go ahead.
I just want to add that what that process of changing languages doesn't stop. As example, in Lithuania, we originally didn't had in our Latin alphabet XYQ, but recently, like 2022, just by motivation, but we have like Polish minority, we added XYQ to our alphabet, but we could put them in their own documents and we will use them in all official documents. So it's still moving and doesn't change. I mean, like it keeps changing consistently.
That's interesting.
Raphael,
Mhm.
did you want to chime in? Go ahead.
So all that makes me so first of all, thank you for giving, maybe if it's somewhat convoluted, but it seems these histories are always kind of convoluted, and of course always difficult to know which of these events actually occurred the way they are described, or to what extent has the historical perception been altered. In any case, what it reminds me of is the official development of the Hungarian language, because there you have, from again official history, starting from 18th century, and then finishing it in 1844, a language reform. And I couldn't find it doing a quick search right now. I know I brought it up on Europa with Andreas at some point, that also there you had a group similar, and this makes me also kind of suspicious. In a sense, it could mean it's a pattern and they're doing it everywhere, or it could mean it's just an obfuscation story. Which part? The part that you have a pseudo Masonic group, or actually Masonic group, that is kind of involved in reforming the language. I once looked this up with a Hungarian native friend of mine, because he had asked me, oh, what about Hungarian? You know, like if everything's supposed to come from Arabic or whatever, how could it be? And I'm like, because he's also a poet and so on. And I'm like, I don't know, let's just look it up. And that was a pretty fun exercise, because I had him look it up in Hungarian. And pretty quickly we came across something called Rózsaszent, or let's say the Order of the Rose or something like this. And at least on some websites, you can find a documentation where they basically say, yes, there was this group of aristocrats or whatever, and they met in this house, and then they basically decided to change the language. I mean, it's just an obviously, even in the official idea, it's an obviously top-down contrived scheme in terms of manipulating and evolving or developing languages. Again, if that story is even true, but I just find it interesting that it's such a parallel, just as what I always like to bring up, all these revolutions around 1850 in Europe, all happening simultaneously, all similar ideas. Highly suspicious, either a cover-up story or a true pattern in terms of what they successfully did everywhere. Yes.
I completely agree there. That's it's literally everywhere. It's like literally every country has a minority group that has been suppressed to allow for a bigger language, a new language to come on top. It's just it's ridiculous. But I wanted to get back to what you said about how far the alleged original language is actually the original language and not also some kind of invention that has been projected onto the population to just create that illusion of like realism, let's say, for how the language came to be. I definitely think there's something to be said there. But I do think there's a combination of the two, and I wanted to get to that, and that's why I actually mentioned the Filikia Teria in the first place. Because obviously in Albania, the other thing, it happened the other way, right? In Albania, the Albanian language, how do you say, dominated and got purified, and they renewed it. They adopted the Latin alphabet. They simplified it somewhat, but not really, because at the same time they still have two main dialect groups. They have the Gegs and the Tusks. That have their own language as well. So the language that you get to learn, like I have now a big lexicon dictionary that contains like the official language that you learn at school there, that you hear on TV, that you read in books. Not necessarily the language that which is very similar but not exactly the same, that people actually speak. So yeah.
Just to briefly interject, well, how about these are all just localized old Arabic dialects, as we understand. Also, if left alone, there's a natural language evolution and differentiation and local dialects. And then you just come along as the new, Vatican God Emperor of the known world. And you need to create nationalism. Then you just extrapolate any local dialect intricacies, you extrapolate them to the max, you switch it around a bit, and you could have different languages. But they still all strangely have these, connections, as Mark has shown, and David has shown, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think that's basically what happened. Because I do think the Greek language pre-existed. I do think it was there. I don't think they invented all of that. I don't think no matter how smart they are, they can actually invent all these languages.
It would just
unless they actually have an algorithm to do that.
As they say with the Roman Empire. So there can be an algorithm, of course. We have the Hexen Einmaleins from Mario Praz. All of you would really be interested in this.
That sounds interesting.
Because and even here, this is one idea of how you can apply an algorithmic pattern to languages in order, if you apply it a few times, to basically declinate a whole array of languages just by applying the same formula again and again. And the interesting or strange thing about this formula was, let's say, rediscovered by Mario Praz. I'll make sure to post the link. But where it is based on, the Hexen 1x1 or the witches 1 by 1, I'm not sure how, witches multiplication table, or however you would say this in English.
Yeah.
There, basically, it gives you the rule set. And then Mario Praz just applied this rule set of the Hexen 1x1 to words. And then he was like, oh, great, if I apply this, I can literally go, from German up to Sanskrit, up to God knows what he was doing exactly. But basically, because I was pre-exposed to this type of, crazy shenanigan idea, when David came along and was like, oh, what about this word and this and this and cigar and shukar and what is it, sakar and so on, I was not so flabbergasted because I was like, okay, can I heard this before elsewhere?
All
right, let's.
If he says
go ahead.
Greek is if you say Greek is the original language and the rest is invented, because no one is so smart to invent Greek.
No, I didn't say that.
But the other languages are just invented, but Greek is so special. Then I feel we should address that.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
One second. Alexander, let's let David just finish his thought, and you can refute it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I just heard is like, yeah, sure, these languages are probably all invented, but not Greek, because Greek is so complicated that no one could do that job. So maybe I misheard that. Maybe you can clarify that.
Yeah, I can clarify that. That's so what I said is there's definitely parts of languages that are invented. I'm not talking specifically about Greek. I'm speaking about all these languages, whether it's Church Slavonic, whether it's Sanskrit, whether it's Arabic. I think elements of those languages had always pre-existed. Well, not always. People spoke them. And someone just went on top of it and refined them. Let's say they took what they had and just kind of how do you say just refined the grammar, the syntax, the vocabulary, added words, removed others, because that's what happened in Greece as well. You had the Katharevousa, that was the purifying movement of the Greek language. And I think all those languages had similar movements as well. For example,
just briefly, what is the word kathareos? It sounds like catharos.
Yeah, that's correct. Katharos means clean. So cathars are the ones that kept clean. Obviously, that sounds very very Muslim in that sense. But if you take it like on a religious level. But yeah, those words are definitely connected. but so what I think is, I don't think anyone, unless that algorithm exists and they can just basically invent languages from scratch, I can't refute that. But I don't think.
I wouldn't even go so far to say that they could. I mean, I think it would be possible, but here it would just say again that you can have whatever type of base that you have, and then just apply that formula and just create languages from it. Or what he was meaning to do, I think, was just showing, look, with this formula, I can reconstruct how it would be possible as to, from one common idea, to just declinate all the various other ideas. And I would assume this is similar to the story, as they say, with the supposed Roman Empire. You conquer something, and of course you adopt local customs, just to the extent that people don't get completely upset or something. Yeah, and I guess this seems realistic enough.
Yeah.
Can I go back to David real quick? David, are you satisfied with that explanation, or are you more clear, or do you have more questions?
Yeah, I would like to clarify this algorithm we're talking about here. So Erhard Landmann is the one who wrote a book about this, which I mentioned, and Mario Pras, which Raphael mentioned. I think he did several presentations on
Hexen
this.
1x1 is in the book as well. Do you know that? The Hexen 1x1, is it in Landmann's book?
I didn't know that, but that's interesting. Yeah, so maybe, I don't know who. Anyway, I know it from Landmann, and he has this book. I put it in the chat. There's this PDF. You can look it up. So it's a German book, but it has a lot of tables that are, language agnostic, and you can just check it out. How this looks, how these languages get turned from the original languages to language all around the world. I think he lists like 30 or 40 languages. But in terms of the rules, they're pretty simple. So you have a few rules where you can turn the base language into all these dialects, which we call modern languages, which are, you can remove a vowel, or you can remove a consonant from a word. You can add a vowel or a consonant in anywhere, at the end, in the middle. You can double a vowel or a consonant, right? So you can turn, for example, a short A into a long A, right? You've seen that. If you look at different languages, you'd be like, oh, why is it a long O here and a short O here, right? And you have things where you can mirror the word. You have things where you phonetically cut off part of the word. We know that from kind of shortening, where you say, like, colloquially, we say it like this, but it is written like that, right? These are just some examples. So I did a kind of a short intro to Landmann's work here on Nachiketa's channel. You can look that up, where I give full explanation of all the rules and how they work with examples. So for anyone interested, they can look that up. But the point is that these rules are not complex. They're just like, really, I think 5 or 6 rules. And with these rules, you basically now take your base language, then you throw a dice, and you basically decide which rules you apply, and then you create language A, B, C, D, and you throw them all over the world. So you got to imagine, the church had these monasteries full of men who had nothing to do, and they were copying books all day and night. And then they were drinking wine and beer. and they call that fasting. And they had a lot of time on their hands, and some people say they were basically just forging scripture. Other people say they were basically inventing languages. They were basically playing this algorithm and then shipping it out into the world. Like David Ewing Jr. said, the church and the schools are connected, and possibly that is what the monasteries also were connected to. So in terms of this being very complex or very difficult, it's not at all. It's just if you get someone who's smart and you give them like 10 bean counters to keep track of things, then they can run this project. And you give them like a few hundred people who copy the books, and that's it. And then you have them like locked away in your monasteries, and you have a few couriers with horses to have them communicate. You can do this. Right? It's not rocket surgery. So I just want to put that out there. It might sound a bit complicated, but they had literally nothing else to do. And they
Rocket
had
surgery definitely sounds complicated, to be honest.
well, rocket surgery
rocket
means-
science.
rocket
I
surgery
know.
means rocket surgery means it sounds absurd,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it is just as legitimate. Of course, it's rocket science, but when I say rocket surgery,
No,
it
it's
just means-
actually even more legitimate because it's even funnier.
it's a play on the word of the play on the word, right? So
Yeah,
just
exactly,
to
yeah.
say,
Yeah.
even absurd, just because it sounds absurd doesn't mean it's impossible. That's my point.
I got you. We got you. Samuel, did you want to chime in about what we're talking about here? Samuel, are you there, sir? Apparently not.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Actually, this is like this is what we are keep circling. I think this object. Yes, monks and Jesuits created all this stuff, and basically we're just trying to unwrap. I think if we would live naturally, many chances we would go to the one single language again. If we would be left alone and it would
Like
be
English?
Phew, probably not. Probably not. But something similar.
Arab English.
Arab English, yeah, something like that. Because people, let's say again, how Fomenko been talking about languages. People, when they're born, if they left together, they find communication way. It's becomes similar. They start to speak similar. Similar gestures, and it actually isn't a problem. So, same as my experience, let's say living in UK, it doesn't matter is it Bulgarian, Romanian, English people, or where they come from. Usually, we find a way to communicate, and basically, I just hope nobody would interrupt us. But it's impossible because we're tool of control for a long time already.
So, for those of you who have actually watched the video, "The Languages of the Empire," and Gleb Nosovsky, he basically talks about when the empire broke up, right? I think it's in the 17th century or something like this, around there, 16th to the 17th century, that all these like little broken kingdoms that kind of emerged and mushroomed out. Basically they start to invent languages, and they had to come up with their own identities, and basically this is the pretext for war, that these people are speaking different languages. But everybody were like related to each other. You had this vast empire, and according to, I'm not saying this is correct or the reality of things. It's just the theory that they have come up with, that you have Tartaria, and Tartaria, what they controlled was Europe, Russia, part of India, the Middle East, Africa, and Americas as well. So it's it's the world. It's basically the world. They control the world, and once that broke down, and then you have all these kingdoms popping up, and they start to come up with their own languages. And towards the second part, towards the end, and that's the pretext for war. Do you guys agree or disagree with this idea?
I would like to cross-connect this with the thought I just had about Sean Ross, whom you interviewed, Nachiketa. Everyone, please check out Nachiketa's amazing interview with Sean Ross,
I
who
just
brings
did
out
today.
this idea of the Republican and Royalist pharaonic factions. And I was just thinking, and I didn't watch the Gleb Nosovsky interview yet. I'm behind on that, so I didn't have this other piece of the information. But we could tie it together in the sense that if it is maybe true that primogeniture or whatever, like Sean Ross says, or just whatever, Tartarian globalism or federalism, for lack of a better term, was the thing, then there is some change in the control structure. And what's going on if, or why would you want to have this faction, which would either be potentially the Masonic faction that are either assassinating kings or they are against this royalist idea. And you have these monasteries that you mentioned, and as it was just discussed, they have plenty of time. Maybe you brew some beer or not after you killed all the witches. What also comes to mind here, for me at least, is, well, you have, I mean, maybe not only men technically at the place, but supposedly these would all be all the non-firstborns. And it is, I could well imagine, they could use that also as a platform to conspire. So not only to create materials and so on, but also to conspire. And I'm also wondering if this is in some way, shape, or form also involved in certain, let's say, homoerotic tendencies within particular organizations, if this is even some weird sort of a carryover from that monastery type arrangement. Can you guys catch my drift? Does this make sense what I'm saying?
I just want to say that we need to point out that in general, monarchy changed during Middle Ages. From elected monarchy, it became hereditary. That's a big change, and we needed a big, strong tools and for control to make that change.
Do we know that for sure?
Pretty much it's documented everywhere.
Well, right, but we run into the issue of the authenticity. And so you're saying hereditary is a new invention? Hereditary royal families have not been around in Egypt and all that? And in ancient times, royal families were not a thing? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if we will follow Fomenko again, if you're talking about Egypt, Egypt is a place where Moses taken Israelites from, yes, but they don't forget their place and turned it to a royal graveyard, yes, something like that. I take Egypt as a recent creation model, with pyramids and everything. So.
Okay, and there's a little bit of a silence. So I guess go ahead, David. I think that the issue really is how do we come to really know what is the truth of it, and then when we are presented with evidence, and I think one of the issues about the whole historical narrative, at least the academic version that's been kind of given to us, is that okay, this is the reason why we talk about, and even in the chats they're talking about carbon dating and stuff like that, and people are refuting that carbon dating is accurate at all. It's just one example, but uh, uh, at least so far as I understand about like Fomenko, he talks about, well, how can the czars of this time have Arabic writing on their helms, and there's Arabic writing on the swords and Arabic coins going around and stuff like this, and this is the evidence that actually these people, so this quote unquote Russian language is not as ancient as the academics have presented to us. So that's the evidence that they give to tell us that this is a new thing for people of that area. So again, like, how do we come to an understanding like what is true and what is not, right?
I'd like to follow up on the Sean Ross thing, and also
Go
generally
ahead.
what we kind of touched on. So yeah, carbon dating. If you look up the issues with carbon dating, you run into the issue, just for the audience, that you have to give it a very narrow time window, and then it will tell you in that time window roughly where you land, which is completely bullshit, because it will not give you that time window. So it will not tell you, yeah, about 4 million years ago, or yeah, 4,000 years ago. But it will tell you, if you tell it, yeah, it's probably 4,000 years ago, then it will tell you, oh, it's 4,004 years or 4,200 years. Or if you say, oh, it's 4 million years ago, then it tell you, yeah, it's 4 million minus 200, right? So it's complete bollocks. People can look it up, carbon dating, it's ridiculous, but this is still being used in academic circles. So, make of that what you will. But I discard it as complete fantasy after I've looked into how it actually works. They say, oh yeah, we look at the rock where we find something to guess the rough time period. Then we put that into our carbon method, and then we use that to date the rock that we found in the rock. So basically, it's a circular argument. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so far that. In terms of hereditary royal families, I could follow. I mean, I could agree with that in the term that we know we have what we call royal families that are, from our perspective, they look like families and they look like royals. But we also know they're all gay and they're all trans and they're all perverts and they all do a bunch of crazy shit. So maybe they're not all related. Maybe they are connected by more of a ritualistic or secret covenant of knowledge, of techniques, of access to information or artifacts or technology, which for them would be the same thing. It'd be just like a secret group to leverage information for power or control. But for us, it just makes sense to say, oh yeah, it's a family. So sure, it could be something else than a family. But in practical terms, it still kind of be a family, right? Even though you could say it's elected or not, or because why I say this, so I've recently discovered the guy who does the Ancient Esoteria site and the book, and he brings out the whole mushroom narrative, and he basically shows that in all these symbolism, you have things like, you basically have an encoded mushroom cult in all the symbolism, like Christ showing as a mushroom, any symbol kind of being encoded as a mushroom, or some kind of other psychedelic plant, either a cubensis mushroom or a fly agaric, Amanita muscaria, or some kind of psychedelic vine. The further you go back, the clearer the images are, and the closer you come to the present, the more abstract, stylized, and encoded they are. Like, for obvious reasons, they probably didn't want anyone to know, or there was persecution. So just as with other secret societies, where we see the further they come to the present, the more they are persecuted. Maybe at some point they were fully in control. The priesthood and royal families were the same thing, and maybe there was a split where eventually some group had to hide the knowledge from the general populace. Like, I don't know all these things, but it's certainly possible. And in this scenario, the underlying knowledge or technology that this group would have, which from the outside would look like the royal families, would be access to psychedelics and the ability to breed their offspring with higher mental capacity and possibly breed literal clairvoyance and certain psionic abilities and stuff, which certainly would be very valuable in business and in politics and just in general. We see with today, with these elites, with Hollywood and this whole thing, we see this weird fascination with the occult and with the esoteric and with abilities and with rituals. So and also with psychedelics and with psychedelic images and in art, and we still see that. So that could be an indication. And another thing I wanted to point out, which kind of ties this together, is we don't even know if people have used written language in terms of the general population. The only thing we know is the priesthood, the royals, the special interest groups, the business people, the stakeholders, the rich, 1%ers, the scribes, and so on. They have used it, or they have used people that used it for them. Like, we even know that, we think we know the Templars apparently were not even literate. They used as scribes, which ended up being the Knights of Malta. So they even had do that for them. So maybe it wasn't even widespread to even use written script. So what we can say is, even if the language was invented or was forced on people, most people, and then we say, okay, using a script, you can control people better. yes, maybe, but maybe the script wasn't even as widespread. It was used by very few people, and everyone else was just speaking the language, and so that was harder to control. You still could do it, right? But we see with all these regional dialects, it had an inherent drift to itself, and it was like not easy to keep in place. Whereas the script, you just say, hey, you cannot submit this form to your tax collector if it's not like this and this, otherwise you have to pay more. And then so people would very quickly learn, and there would be zero drift in the writing. So that's another thing, that we cannot just assume that everyone was speaking and writing. When we look today at numbers, whether they are true or not, but we look like 50 years back, and there's so many people around the world who were not what do you say, illiterate. I mean, yeah, they were not able to read or write. So what about 100 years back or 200 years? All right, so that's something to consider, that we can't just assume everyone has always been able to read and write, when even today we have huge amounts of analphabets because they just don't need it in their day-to-day.
Yeah. I think you meant to say that 100 years back people were illiterate, not that they were not illiterate, right? They were illiterate.
You're right. Yes, so they were not able to read and
They
write.
were, yes, so they were illiterate, yes. Not illiterate, which means that they were literate.
They were not literate. Yeah, I'm not a native speaker, so I'm almost also illiterate.
No worries. It's just that I think it's good to clarify that.
But you're right, not literate. So they were illiterate. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I guess like I think we need to channel this conversation in a direction which is that okay, so like here's my thought on this, right? So there were original kind of languages that were kind of naturally created because, like, we need a form of communication, and we need sounds, we need writing, and all this kind of stuff. But the main topic of really this discussion is like, you know, if right, these languages were artificially, quote unquote, artificially created, and it must have been based on something else that must have existed, like, because like already the people who are being re-educated or indoctrinated, they must have been using some language of some form, right? And I guess it can be argued, and then like Mark was talking about, there's a gradual process, and there's like a quick and easy process. You kill everybody, take the children, re-educate them, give them a completely new language, and 1 and 2 generation, you have a whole new language group, and then you give them this falsified history and tell them, hey, we've always been speaking this language, etc., etc. Or you can go the easy way, where it's like, okay, it's old Germanic, which is kind of based on Arabic, and then you take that and then turn it into, like, another form of German, and then you turn it into the modern German, that but the modern Germans don't have any idea what like old German is like, just like modern English speakers have no idea what old English is like at all. If I heard somebody speaking old English, I would have no idea what the hell they're talking about, right? So everybody's following what I'm talking about here, or
Yep, very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
I'm along. Is there a question that you want me to follow up on with that, or would you want me to give my own speculation as to what maybe happened in a not so distant past?
Yeah, go ahead. Give us your speculation.
This is I thought about the idea of, how there's this sort of traditional idea passed along of like different ages, like in Nachiketa, you'll be familiar with the idea of like the Kali Yuga and the Dwapara Yuga, and this idea of like a Bronze Age and an Iron Age and so on, and it goes round in like a cycle. So the idea would be like consciousness expands and then starts to diminish. And so when it's expanding, it's growing through bronze, silver, gold, and then as it diminishes, it goes back through silver to bronze, and then at the bottom would be iron. Let's say if we were using continuing with the idea of using metals to describe that. Is it possible that these old languages that we see, like perhaps Irish and some of the languages we've spoken about here, are from before that, what I'll just call the Iron Age for the sake of conversation? Is it possible that these are like old world languages, and that's perhaps why they are quite full and complex, and they have a good grammar system, and they're quite fluent spoken languages, and then during this sort of Iron Age type, whatever that is, that the diminished consciousness, there are people who had access to the old world, say technologies or lexicons or the languages and whatnot, and they were able to maintain them among their own, but a lot because they say they keep it in an archive or whatever, that kind of idea, and in places of education, so they maintain it, and so they get to control what the languages in the next, once you've got through that, the low consciousness, the Iron Age, into the next bronze, moving up into silver and gold and so on. It's like they kind of control the trajectory of that, or the spoken word of that, which means that in some respects they would control how people can communicate, because you can't, it's hard to control how people think, but you can limit people's speech based on the language that you have, the words, vocabulary that you have available. So to me, it seems like maybe something like that has happened, where in this sort of dark age, there's been a bit of a people who have maintained certain knowledge have been able to use that to leverage over the rest of the populace and separate people out, in a sort of like the alchemical process. They call it the blackening, or the what's it called? It's the, so alchemy is the, I know it's probably nonsense because of the Egyptian narrative, but Egypt used to be called Chem, alchem from Egypt, alchemy. The blackening process, I think it's called Negrido. The Negrido process, where it's the blackening, where everything gets broken down and separated out, and then whatever is impotent gets removed, and whatever is potent gets to continue on. That kind of idea. It's almost like that, and I don't mean that in a sense that the people who've controlled all of the knowledge and split people apart, I don't think that necessarily means that they're like wonderful people who are just doing a necessary evil for the sake of conscious expanse going forward. But maybe if zooming out from the picture to see like a more broad perspective, it might look like on your channel, I've heard you say before, Nachiketa, the idea of why would a certain group be allowed to do this? If there's a creator or a god or that kind of idea, why would that creator allow this to happen? I think zooming out, maybe it could be seen as an alchemical process, which is cruel on the surface from our perspective, which would be a fair description, because we're the ones subject to it. But also, when you look at nature, nature is cruel as well. There's a cruelty to nature when you see a spider trap a fly in its web and then dismember it and eat it. That kind of idea. It's like, this is a thing that we do see in nature, or a process. The alchemical process is something that we do see in nature. But I don't think that necessarily means that the so-called controlling elite are like our best friends or anything like that. Like, they have our best interests in mind. I think maybe it's like they're facilitating a process, if I can speculate as far as that. I hope that all made sense. Go on.
Anybody got thoughts or response to that?
I didn't
Apparently
really
not.
get the connection to the language part and the origins there.
The connection to the language and the origins would be the new languages, like I was saying, the controlling the knowledge part of the knowledge would be the language. So if you control the language, you control through that dark age what gets kept and what doesn't, because oral tradition will only go so far, but written tradition, if you control that, then you get to control what makes it through to the next. If this idea of a cycle, like Dark Age or Iron
Right.
to Bronze, so on and so forth, you can, in that Dark Age, there's like a brief window where certain people who oversee it can choose what moves through in a way.
Right.
So they're kind of facilitating like an alchemical process of that, the blackening part where it burns down and you separate what's impotent, which would be perhaps the languages that don't make it through, and then you allow through what's potent, which maybe would be the languages that do make it through, or the concepts, or some of the new languages to facilitate the spoken word or the written word.
Right. So so you basically talking about a scenario where when the general ability for thinking and higher cognitive function goes down because of environmental factors, then the top echelon of people who kind of still are somewhat able to do these functions would come together in secret societies, and some would be what you call the White Brotherhood and conserve knowledge and techniques and stuff for when it gets better, hopefully, because maybe they're aware of the cycles, or maybe they are just hoping for the best. And others
Yeah.
would join the Dark Brotherhoods and would just get in positions of control over the dumb masses, right? Like that's kind of what I'm getting from that.
Yeah, it's a bit like farming or gardening. If you think about, I don't know if anyone here has a garden, but there are some flowers that are perennial. They'll regrow every year on their own, like
Right.
strawberries, that kind of idea. And then there are others that, like a perennial flower, you might need to prune during the winter. So the winter would be the Iron Age or the Dark Age, where you prune the plant down, and then in the this is an alchemical process also, but in the spring, when it starts to grow out again, usually in my experience with my own garden, you see things flourish even better, like mint. I grow mint, and we've used the same plant for like 5 years in a row now, and we just prune it down to almost nothing, and then each year it grows bigger and better than it was the previous year. Same with raspberry bushes, you can do the same. You prune it down during winter, and then it grows, and each year it bears more fruit than it did the year before. This kind of idea.
Yeah. Can I really quickly answer to that, Nachiketa?
Yes, please. Of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is a logical function of the idea of, having a bell curve of abilities in the population. So, the top people, they would organize into like this organizational function of a conversationalist society, and the other would kind of choose the, like the White and the Dark Brotherhood idea. I think it's realistic to expect that it exists, because it's both necessary functions for a society. I mean, it's funny that you bring this up, because I was just listening today to Unslaved podcast about epochal time, and they were also going into the whole yugas and the whole thing, and they were bringing up an interesting thing. They said, encoded in these old Vedic scriptures is the idea also that these yugas play out in a lifetime. I'm not sure how they play out, how many periods you get, but basically you have a Kali Yuga in your life, and you have a golden age while you are embedded in this bigger cycle. So I think it's absolutely realistic. Some people say it's like energy from the cosmic center is coming in.
As above, so below, basically.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a fractal of a larger pattern repeats in the smaller patterns, environments and instances. So whether it's the galactic center and we're flying around the galaxy, or it's some other energy, I think it's significant that it has been observed repeatedly and written down, because some people thought it was significant enough to observe it and then make a record of that. So whether we know where it comes from, I think it is definitely real. And we see these societies, and they operate exactly as you describe them. So I think that is also pretty much a given. And in terms of the language being preserved, you probably have these two factions fighting. One wants to preserve and maybe prune the plants, and the other wants to kind of make management easier. and more effective, and basically just keep the control going. So I think you even have a kind of a polarity on that level as well.
My only issue is, and not to divert, but maybe it is related also historically, I just, at least publicly, I don't see the White Brotherhood anywhere. All
Yeah,
I
that's
see
what
so
I'm
far,
wondering
Agree
too.
on it.
Yeah,
especially when we dismantle things, or David Ewing Jr. has shown dismantling things like Theosophy or whatever, or Anthroposophy or what, and any religion, anything can bring something good because it depends on the individuals that are doing something with any idea. But in terms of organization or publicly known anything, I can see nothing. I hope they're all underground somewhere. But
I'll. Can I? The thing is, I think it's both in our advantage and disadvantage that good people don't organize, and I think that's why there's no official White Brotherhood. I think there are representatives. I think there are people around that know what they're doing. But I think that the moment you start organizing into groups like that, you start getting power struggles and stuff like
Yes.
that. And I think the people that actually the real masters that actually know what they're doing and that don't pretend they have that they're some kind of guru and have this organization that has all the secrets and whatever. I think they mostly work alone.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think, I think the deeper we would be in one of these dark cycles, the more it would be, the more the persecution for that White Brotherhood, let's say, would be turned on the heat for them. So they would be more fragmented and less organized just for operational security if they existed.
Exactly.
So it'd be normal to basically, from organizational standpoint, they wouldn't exist, but the idea would exist, and you would basically probably have people having, if we assume there's some kind of morphogenetic field or an akashic or some kind of interconnecting medium that we are immersed in, then people would just have dreams that inspire them, right? Like in the darkest hour, it would basically, there would be no club you go to meet cool people, but you would have dreams that keep you from giving up because something contacted you, and or you meet people by accident, have these these synchronicities and stuff. So I think kind of when it's really tough out there, then you have like these very anti-organized events and key events in your life. You still have them, it's just they're not like organized on this level. That's what I think how it works, because it's kind of what I experience. Although I would be the biggest skeptic probably to this stuff, but since I have experience, I can't really discount it either. So yeah, here I go.
Yeah, same.
Well, if I can just chime in real quick, a couple things. Like I'm a little bit disillusioned, I'll be honest, in regards to the whole Hindu, um, I don't know, like history and stuff like this, especially after my talks with David Ewing Jr. and the flamenco, book, How It Was in Reality. They talk about Donskoy, this guy who is what we call Constantine, and the Battle of Kulikovo in like 13 something in the 1300s, and that the whole epic of the Mahabharatas, which is considered like this is where the Bhagavad Gita comes from, is the epic of Mahabharata, and that the whole Krishna and Buddha is probably, maybe I'm just saying, it's a possible origin could be coming from Christianity as well. Krishna. So like the whole like narrative about like Hinduism and Sanskrit, and this is kind of like tying in with how Sanskrit is a very old language, and then it's like the Aryans. They brought this awesome language, and then people spoke it for a long time. It's a very complex language, and then it disappeared. So a lot of these, again, not to pick on like Greek or Latin or Hebrew, but all these like languages that just like came out of nowhere during the Renaissance, it seems, after being dormant for about 1,000 years. And like, what happened? Like, did nobody ever speak them again? Like, and then how did they revive them to be, a living language again? And then apparently, we get the Hindu, like the Hindi from Sanskrit, the Devanagari scripts and such. So it's like just very complex thing we're trying to unravel here, with because it's really the obfuscation of history, and how many, many, many layers over hundreds of years, really, of lies and on top of lies that has brought us to where we are now.
So I completely agree. Like, I don't know if this whole cycles thing is a thing. It's like, I don't know. I don't think the whole Indian thing and this whole stuff is particularly, I don't hinge it on the scriptures. They could be fake. So I'm kind of interesting. Like, I think these cycles exist in other traditions or other records. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a pipe dream. Maybe it's like a Hopium program, like a savior program that has been culturally installed. It's totally possible. That could be, of course, a thing. But then, I mean, the Mayan stuff has like the same idea of like these cycles. Then we could say, okay, maybe that is fake as well. It's really hard to say, to unravel language and these like cycles in history if we haven't unraveled the whole what history is real part, right?
I think a safe bet with cycles would be as we see it everywhere else in nature, like the seasonal cycle or the daily cycle of the sun, and I suppose the moon as well, like the lunar cycle. And then if you think about things like music, operates in octaves. So once you move up 8 notes, you land back on the same note but an octave higher. It's a cycle. Like a lot of what we engage with that nature shows us operates in cycles. So I think it may be the problem we have because our lives are so short. We don't get to see some of the larger cycles. So then that's a bit harder for us to comprehend than an hour, or I know time is like a construct, but or a day maybe would be better because the sun rises, the sun sets, that kind of idea. We see these cycles and the seasonal cycles, so I think they're easy for us to understand and comprehend because we do experience them. But then maybe the larger scale cycles that are speculated through different world cultures um, are, are like the Yuga cycles are probably something that are a bit more difficult for us to figure out, except for maybe people who look at the sky, the stars, and this idea of like moving from like Pisces into Aquarius because there's a constellation, and the sun used to rise in one, and now it's going to rise into another. That kind of idea. There's like, even though that's sort of a construct in and of itself, there's kind of marker points for it, and light is frequency. And if anyone's looked at something like cymatics, we see the manifestation of form in a sense. Like frequency is having an impact on physical matter. So if you think about all the lights that are in the sky, that must be having some kind of impact on down here. So I imagine there would be a cycle to that, or a larger cycle than just the sun cycle or the lunar cycle. I think because we do see these things in nature, it's probable that there is a larger cycle at play, but we just don't really get to see it because we live, maybe 80 years.
Well, yeah, I mean that's logical, I suppose. But the thing is, like, when they talk about like the Kali Yuga,
Your microphone went off then.
the death of Krishna happened 3,000. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear
Yes.
you now. Yeah, it came back.
So like the whole Kali Yuga began supposedly with the death of Krishna, and then according to like the mainstream, am I off again? Can you hear me?
You're fine. You're fine.
Am I here?
It might have been my end, maybe.
Okay, so yeah,
You were just
it
cutting
seems
out
to be
for a
you.
bit.
Okay, I don't know. So basically, what they talk about is like 400 some thousand years is the duration of the Kali Yuga, right? And then Satya Yuga is like 4 million. Now, like these are like ridiculous numbers. We don't even know what happened past like 1,000 years, really. Like according to Fomenko, we don't know what happened before like 1,000 years ago. Like there's so much scattered records and not enough information. And then even between 1,000 years ago to 500 years ago is quite obscure. And like starting with the Scalagerian Patavian era, we have a little bit more data. But like to talk about 400,000 year cycle is, or even, people are talking about, oh yes, Egypt and Middle East and the Sumerians, we go back 4,000 BC, 3,000 BC, or 2,000 BC. Um, I think we got to throw these numbers out the window, really, what it comes down to.
I think the BC and AD play into that as well. Maybe, like I was saying before about some of the old world cultures that are going through that dark age, to see what makes it through and what gets lost. That could be connected to these, say Egypt or Rome or whatever, these sort of BC cultures that might be before the quote unquote dark age. They could be like some of the peak cultures. Whether they're misdescribed or not is kind of neither here nor there, I suppose, in that sense. Because
Well, how would you know?
that's what I mean.
Like,
That's why it would be neither here nor there, because we wouldn't know. But I think there are some remnants of old cultures that still make it through to this day that I think maybe, like I was saying before, have been put to the flames, so to speak, during a darker, this, like, if we were going to call it a dark age or an iron age, through that alchemical process. So it's kind of out with the old, in with the new, and maybe some of the stuff that makes it through goes through with the new. But there's like almost like it's like a cut off point. And I was thinking about the Fomenko idea of the roughly 1,000 years that have been implemented into the timeline. So instead of it being like,
yeah, injected. Yeah.
yeah, like instead of 2,000 years ago, it's like about 1,000 years ago instead. That number is kind of inflating the figures, so to speak, a bit, like you were saying with the Yuga cycle being something ridiculous, like 400,000 years, or these. It could be the say the for this to play devil's advocate. It could be that the numbers got messed with, but the information that comes with the numbers has some kind of validity. But the numbers are what
Could
make
be.
it a bit kind of ridiculous to conceive, or to even, like the way NASA works with like ridiculous figures, where it's like no one's going to be able to comprehend this, so they don't try, and then that's how you obfuscate what is and what isn't.
Right. Yeah. And I think, whether you apply it to NASA or you want to apply it to historical narrative, or these like lore of like, the yugas, right? Of that goes into like millions and millions of years of cycles, and then you go into the Satya Yuga, you go into, I forgot, the Trivata Yoga, and the Kali Yuga, etc. So like, it's hard to come to any conclusions about them, and maybe there are cycles, but like we have to come to some understanding. Hey, is it like 400,000 years? Is it 400-year cycles? But like, again, how do we come to know this information? But like, as far as like the injection of timelines, like what Fomiko is basically talking about, is like events actually happened. What they did is they changed the names, they changed the locations, they changed the time, so that it's like the repeated, replicas of that one event, and then they put it all over, Egypt, or in the Bible, and this kind of stuff. So it just is layering of same events under different names and different times, different locations, and that's how you confuse people. That's how you are able to get away with the injection of 1,000 years. So the question, if that is true, then why are they doing that? For what purpose? What's the purpose of all of this invention of languages? What's the purpose of giving people new identities? What's the purpose of this demographic engineering that Raphael and I was talking about yesterday, where they were sending this colored hair people to this region and that colored hair people to that region. And if you got curly hair, you go there. Stuff like this, if that actually did happen, what's the purpose behind all that, right? So this is
Although it,
what we are trying to come to some point. Really, is that if languages were invented, there must be a reason and a rationale behind it. And then if there are people who are controlling the world, like the secret societies and all, and we don't just account them as being dumb and idiotic, and they're not doing this all randomly. There must be some reason as to why they're doing it, right?
it lends credence to the saying history repeats itself. When they copy and paste the different narratives to
It
different
makes
places.
you think why that saying even exists,
Yeah. And the people
Maybe
who
they-
don't know
they
their
came up with
history are
it.
doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, exactly. They came up with it. It's pretty interesting.
Because they know.
Huh?
Well, and then they say the winners write history, and that is attributed to Churchill. That is attributed to Napoleon. And did Napoleon
Yeah.
did he even exist? Probably not. And then he's telling you, well, history is created by the winners. Well, if whatever history that we are experiencing now, then that is created by the winners. Who were the winners?
Mhm.
Who are the winners?
Exactly. Well, to get back to your question, I think there's a few indications. For example, here in Greece, there's a couple of examples. After the Ottoman Empire got expelled, let's say, from the country, where they started destroying remnants of Ottoman architecture and things like that, under the pretense of wanting to forget like everything that had to do with their alleged occupation and all that stuff. I had mentioned that before, I think, but there even was a tower on top of the Acropolis which got destroyed. And they claim that it was built by the Franks, like in the Middle Ages, way later. But the Acropolis was in the Middle Ages. It was a fort, so it was actually like it had like it had like these walls around and like double gates, front gates, and the Acropolis itself, like the temple, it was somewhere. It was where it is now, but it was like within the walls. So it was like maybe like a temple where they prayed during service. We also have churches in our army bases nowadays, so that wouldn't be that crazy of an idea. But yeah, the tower, if you look at the pictures, it actually looks like it belongs there. It doesn't look like it was built on top, like it didn't belong there. So that's a very strange. So what I'm trying to say, I guess, is why would people do that? Maybe that could be part of it, right? Maybe that global empire that they managed to wrest themselves free of. Maybe they didn't enjoy their time there, and they would just rather be something else, and just forget all about it, and maybe just create a big delusion to live in.
I want to
Any
touch
other
on,
thoughts? Go ahead.
yeah, I want to touch on what you said. Like basically, okay, we cannot be for sure on anything. Everything you said, you're disillusioned, and I agree that's a realistic take. And I think I was thinking while you were discussing this, well, how can we get something that is actually a tangible fulcrum point to have any axiomatic truth to stand on, and we need some solid ground to stand on to start from, right? Because so far we're just on shifting sands. Everything is just could be faked, could be just a lie? We don't know. So to find something, I think we need something that we can be sure of cannot be faked. And then we can start from that. Then we can ask who did that, how old is it, who talked about it, who mentioned it, how did they lie about it, and so on. And then we can start correlating. So things I can think of that cannot be faked by whoever is in control, except by someone very, very huge and powerful, which in itself would be another proof that we could stand on, right? So let's start building like that. So we look at mountains, Table Mountains. They don't look natural. They look like trees, very big trees. And if you look at the actual cross-section patterns you find in them, they look like actual plants. This cannot be faked. You can look at Göbekli Tepe, or however that is called, or you can look at the pyramids and you can say it's all concrete, it's all artificial. And I say, yeah, that could be true. Or you look at Stonehenge and it could all be fake. True. So let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the Table Mountains. They can definitely not be faked. And if they are faked, then we have another proof of absolutely colossal, massive giants, and we can ask the next question.
Yeah, so even that
right?
cannot be faked. Yeah,
Exactly. So they cannot be faked, and if they were faked, we need to ask who faked them, and we have absolute proof of people who faked them. And so we can start on that. That's one thing I can think of. Next thing is we can try to measure the curvature of the Earth. Go out on a lake, measure it, come back, and have more questions. And don't just tell me it's not true, right? Just do it. Just take a fucking friend, take a telescope, take a phone, and try to find it, and then we can talk about it. And the next thing is take a telescope or like a P9000 or a P1000 camera, look at the stars, and find sonoluminescence. It basically looks like oscillating lights underwater if you look at them. And so then, okay, since we kind of don't have the time now, I'll just take this for granted. Like you can look these things up on YouTube. There's like these lights. NASA publishes images, and these look like balls in the sky. They look perfect. They look beautiful. They look all the time, every day, every year. And then we have amateur astronomers who publish these images and videos all over TikTok and YouTube, and they just look like lights underwater, different colors, different patterns. They basically look like, someone brought this up before, they look like what was that? Sound frequency creating patterns. Cymatics, right? So they look like cymatic oscillators in underwater. That's how they look like. Different colors, different patterns, different frequencies. We have Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and so on and so on. They look like kind of same cymatic patterns with the cathedral windows. So there we have another thing in old architecture. We have cymatic patterns. We have cymatic patterns in the so-called stars. There's a connection, at least telling us that these cathedrals were built by people who know about this other thing that is definitely real, and definitely we're being lied about, lied to about. So, like these things are, at least you can't fake it, and then we can kind of ask, what does it say about our environment? And then the people who know about this, talked about this, lied about this, or included this in their structures, architecture, and artifacts, they are probably the people that Mark mentioned that are, surviving the cataclysms. Because also we have proof of cataclysms. That's like another thing that is not easy to fake. We have proof of cataclysms, although it gets a little bit more vague, but we have these, ground, like sediment layers of like huge fires or huge stuff. Of course, these could be fake, right? These are not as these are easier to fake, but I'm just saying that could be something. So,
that's one approach. Yeah,
that's one approach. I was just trying to think like completely hard-assed, completely, just rely on observation and really hard-assed facts, and that's one approach, of course. Yes.
Okay, but how do you propose we do that with language?
Well, you can't directly. You can then just try to correlate knowledge of these things with the stories that certain groups are pushing, and you can kind of just infer intentions by the narratives that they're connected to, either negatively or positively, right? Some group might push a narrative, some people might deny a narrative, and it becomes very vague and complicated. So I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you have a starting point that is like
Mhm.
as solid as possible, because then every step after that becomes so vague and ephemeral that you just want to make sure that at least your starting point is solid, because the errors just compound
Yeah.
after that.
I understand, and I don't mind it. I think another way to take a look at it is that if somebody is lying to you, then first determine, okay, is it true or is it false? I think it's a kind of a similar approach. And then if you find out that the person or a group or an organization, a government, academia, whomever is lying to you, and then you have the evidence that these are lies, and then you go from there. You may not be on that solid ground that I know the truth, and then or something, but you can come from the perspective that, hey, these people are lying or they're manipulating, and I can prove it. I don't know what the truth may be, but whatever they're saying is not the truth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. That is a good approach. The issue with that is just that the truth and the lie can both serve the same purpose, and they are being used for the same purpose. So
Oh, of
if you want
course.
to,
Yeah.
right, if you want to tell a lie, what you usually do is you tell 99% truth, and you just
No,
you,
that is,
you
of
slide in the
course, a
lie. So
tactic.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Of course. Go ahead.
right. So
Go
the
ahead.
bigger the lie
Finish your
you
thought.
want to sell, the bigger the lie you want to sell, the more truth you have to use to pad it with. And so you end up with the issue that everyone is telling the truth mostly, but everyone always lies about 1%, right? Because that's just the most effective technique in general. So it becomes very tricky to untangle this. Some people also might just lie to you for you to discover the opposite, kind of like we have in fiction and in mythology and in art. We just say it's all not true. But then sometimes that was written in a certain political social environment where you just had to say that, and it actually was true. Like, who can say what is really Dune or Star Wars or Tolkien, right? Was it a metaphor, or was it a documentary, or was it just invented?
Hmm. Samuel, are you with us? Would you like to chime in?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm just thinking in general, I can agree with Alexander what he said, like good people don't organize or something like that. I think I read out from Quran something similar, but you stand on your own basically, and you are responsible for your decisions. What about languages? I kind of wasn't sure from this panel what we will use that for, because all Arabic books are burned, yes, except Quran. So um, so far we didn't found like a workable target, let's say. Why we doing what we doing? In general, we are pretty happy. We are lucky we having English and we can communicate everybody now. But why we are searching for that original mother language? And what we're gonna do when we will figure out it? That's more like a question. So this is like a closing statement as well.
Raphael, do you have any thoughts?
No, all good questions, good points. I have nothing in particular to add. I think all we can do is, continue sharing information, piecing it together, and hopefully trying to discern something, and go, step by step with what we have.
Okay, so I have a kind of a question, and I think we're going to probably wrap it up fairly soon, maybe 20, 30 minutes or so. But the question is like, where do we go from here, right? So, okay, like I can understand like languages and religion, history, all these kind of things have been like kind of given to us. We're programmed into them. When I say we, I'm talking about humanity in general. and then we're scratching the surface, I would say, and trying to figure out what actually happened. And I'm not saying like Fomenko is 100% correct, or David Ewing Jr. is 100% correct, but as far as like whatever narrative that they given us, I am very much leaning towards the Fomenko and David Ewing Jr.'s version of history than whatever that's been like peddled to us by the academia. And I think there is an agenda for sure to give us this artificial not intelligence but languages and history and just like fake everything, really what it comes down to. So what I'm interested in, like at least for myself, is trying to have some of semblance as to what the hell is going on and why things are going the way it is. So I think it will be kind of interesting, I guess, for future conversations about what topics and or focus that we should have for trying to like again dig a little bit further into these type of discussions that we're having according to you guys' perspective. Any thoughts? Did I
have
lose
some
everybody?
ideas.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay, so the thing is, like, the project I'm working on right now, I think it basically covers like a number of topics we discussed today, which I find pretty interesting because so for one, I believe I've found the language of birds, which is Arvanitika. There's a discussion to be had there. I think I'd like to research it a bit further. But there's for one, they refer to their own language as the language of birds, so that's indisputable. And on the other, I'm actually engaged in a project now where I'm basically doing what we've been discussing. Not creating a new language, but I'm trying to reconstruct Arvanitika as a modern language, let's say. So I've already devised a script based on the Greek alphabet, and I'm expanding the vocabulary. I'm writing poetry on a blog, so I'm expanding the vocabulary. I'm using Albanian words. I'm using medieval Greek, Latin, and other loan words, but I try to focus on the authentic words. So I think there's something to be said for looking forward rather than where all this comes from. So my motivation in all this, I think, is okay. I take inspiration from Fomenko and from David Ewing and from all these sources, but I also, I have a university degree. I have an academic background, so I also take inspiration from there. But I try to create something new in that regard, and I think that's what we should be looking at in the end. And I think there's multiple ways to do that, obviously. But I just happened to have found an avenue to do my thing, let's say.
Okay. Anybody else? I guess we'll kind of go around and Samil, I know you had a presentation about Lithuanian language that you didn't complete with us, so I want to give you some minutes, and maybe you just want to kind of give us the lowdown. Maybe you don't have to go through the whole presentation, but I'd like to just give you an opportunity to just speak what you wanted to speak about it.
Thank you. In general, I wasn't prepared probably directly for talking about languages. I was thinking to start from like criticizing all Lithuanian history probably. And I don't know. I will share PDF. If you could switch it on for me, please. Not this one. I will share another one. Okay, so this is the place in Lithuania. This would be my hometown, and it has Lithuanian name is Kaišiadorys right now. In the brackets, you can see I put Haj Haidar. That would be original Tartar name. If we would check in Wikipedia, etymology of that of my hometown would be it had been called after nobleman Haishadaras, an Ethic Tartar. And that would be Lithuanized name as well. It doesn't have original meaning in English version. If we would go to Lithuanian Wikipedia of my hometown, we could see separated words Haj and Haidar, and that would mean pilgrim lion, basically. As well, in my hometown, it's not a big town. It's around 15,000 people only living. There's a local manor, and it belonged originally to Haj Haidar Mamulevich Tartar, and it belonged to Tartar people until the end, almost to 18th century end, 19th century beginning. That would match Napoleonic era coming up. In general, from that manor settlement, there was originally 17 buildings. At this moment, there is left only one. This is probably is the oldest building in town. The rest is new build. And another thing we have in my hometown hotel, it's called Pas Radvila, and that would be another Tartar name, and there's still plenty of people living with Tartar surnames in the area. I just quickly going through the hometown. So I think this would match David Ewing Jr. What he said about areas in communist Russia, Soviet Union almost. While Lithuania didn't belong to Soviet Union until 1944, it's matching the churches built in around my hometown. Matching the same as David Ewing Jr. said, but from one side, Soviets been, how to say, they didn't allow any religion, but at the same time, they're building Catholic churches. So if we would run quickly through the churches, at least few in Lithuania, this nice Gothic cathedral being built in 1932. If we would go to another big church, it would be built 1929. Even this nice stone masonry, it's been built at 1936, and we can see as well a nice symbol of the eye or a mushroom, according to David. It can be mushroom. Yes, so this is about my hometown. This has happened when I started to actually check, to look for proofs. And hometown would be like the closest place for me. If I'm going on holidays, I can always check out around. I will try to switch on now another presentation if we have enough time. PDF. 1 second. I think as example, talking about local coins found in Lithuania, we have, they say, Pseudo-Arabic coin from 13th 14th century. That is supposed to be the time when there was a Grand Duchy of Lithuania been in existence. How we explain about this? What local peoples from forest been making imitations of a golden hoard coins. Just decided to make imitations. I think I will run quickly. I think the pretty unique name is of a German in Lithuania, and I will go through that. Germany in Lithuanian means Vokietija. A German would be Vokietis. And this is only I probably connected like a couple of days ago, this thing.
What does it mean in Lithuanian? Vokietija? I mean,
Tartars
other than
and Germans
other than
been
German.
moved by Voki River in Lithuania. This is according to official history, but local Tartars, they saying they moved here by choice and not as a prisoners or any order of Lithuanian rulers. So there is a big chance that the German people were original people of the area, and just because they've been in that place after there came new speculations from Lithuanians with new history, but they've been moved here as a prisoners or under order of Lithuanian Grand Dukes and so on. Who moved them to Lithuania? That would be Grand Duke Vytautas the Great. It has many names. It's known well in Europe. It has Belarusian Vytauts, Vytaut, Vytautas, Alexander Vitoldus. He is known in many names. I have a strong suspicion what it can be like. It can be moved from maybe 17th century or 16th century, this persona, and it wasn't original persona. He had coat of arms. If you will see an old coat of arms, it has black people in it. It's very interesting. And there would be like a modern Lithuanian coat of arms. It's called Vytis, and it's family coat of arms. And it's very interesting. Another thing, this is what is called Vytis or Pagonė Pogon. And Lithuania has been called last pagans of Europe. So
last what?
Yeah, so Vytautas the Great took
As
the first
pagans.
Tartars to the Grand Duchy of
Okay,
Lithuania
thank you.
after the campaign of 1397-1398. This is by original history. Well, if you would go to 1 second. Yeah. So I have a book. I recently been a couple weeks ago back in Lithuania. I grabbed a book, Tartars in Lithuania, 1918 to 2019. So those Tartars, they have their own history and they're putting their own dates. And well, this is in Lithuania. I will summarize a bit in English. So 1929, Stanislav Dzulevich, in his book Polish Tartars, Families, Coats of Arms, states facts about Bichutku, or I will say Vichutku it can be, because B letter, in many cases, if we will take like Slavic alphabet, yes, B would be pronounced as V, and I think it can be like rudimental. leftover from Slavic alphabet. So
Right,
he's
a
talking
remnant.
about
Go ahead.
Polish Tartars, Lithuanian Vytis coats of arms. So family under that coat of arms been Vol Muslim. 1830, family member of Suleiman was imam in Minsk, and his nephew, Suleiman's nephew, Motius Antonis, got Christianized and became cardinal in Rome. If it will take cardinals, could be like a generals or something like that. That would go
Do you think
against official narrative almost about Christianization of Lithuania. And it would be again matching a little bit closer to the Napoleonic era, or even Lithuania belonging to Russian Empire. And Christianization and changing of languages could be closer to 18th century, 19th century, and even 20th century beginning.
do you think Suleiman is another word for Solomon?
Just a few more interesting points. So
Maybe
Grand
I'm not
Duchy of
audible.
Lithuania been ruled by dukes. The duke in Lithuanian would be kunigaikštis, but kunigas would mean priest in English. It's kunigas is the same as the priest. Now, whole dynasty of ruling family been called Palemonids, but apparently Palemonids been brought up only in 16th century, while they needed to, how to say, justify they I cannot hear you, sorry.
Go ahead and finish. It's okay.
Okay.
We'll
Now I
wait
can-
till you're done.
Okay, I can hear you now. Sorry. Was there any questions? Am I jumping around too much? Okay. 1 second. So yeah, the whole dynasty of Lithuanians been how to say, brought up only 16th century. The roots. And we are talking here about Polemon II of Pontus, and he would be one of the names he has, Prince of Bosphorus. Just interesting, he has a silver drachm of King Polemon II, and it was released in year 19. Just who knows that. One of the important most important dukes of Lithuania was Grand Duke Gediminas. He apparently built Lithuanian capital Vilnius. I will show you about Vilnius a little bit later. And we have two depictions of Gediminas. One is from 1709, this picture, and this picture from 17th century. And we can see Masonic hidden hand in this, and lion, and French symbol on a crown, if you can see that. The colorful picture would be painting, and he looks more like a priest than a king or a duke, I would say, from this. Now, what I tried to do, I tried to check his name, if it has any meaning. If it has any meaning in like old Germanic, Arabic languages. Few things goes. Like just the ending imin could be man, and ged. If we will take from Old Norse, gadr, spike, and the Swedish gada, gede, Norwegian gede, and so on. So I would say it's a composite name. And if we would look for similarities, I think we can think about Vlad the Impaler or Pope, owner of stakes. This kind of nickname was popular between the people who were doing Christianization around the world, and would fit perfectly. Another thing, I just want to quickly jump to Vilnius. We have data from Vilnius 1939 about population. Who was the population of Vilnius at that time? So in the Lithuanian Vilnius capital city at 1939-38, Polish made up 66% of population, Jewish 28% of population. At the same time, Lithuanians 0.0%. And I would say it's very interesting what Germans, Tartars, and Karaims grouped together. Of course, it's very small percentage, but it resonates with everything else. What I said, Grand Duke of Lithuania, Vytautas, he moved Tartars and Germans by the river of Vokė. Our name is Trakų Vokė, where they, and I would say, I would assume they've been Muslims. This is why they are grouped together in this population graph on the Vilnius table, in this Vilnius table. So, I don't know. I'm not sure I want to expand anywhere else. I just quickly wanted to finish to show people.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And good that we got a little bit of a historical lesson on Lithuania that was unexpected. Although it would be interesting if you can tell us a little bit more about the Lithuanian language, because you speak Lithuanian, correct?
I do speak Lithuanian, but as I said, many people around, my grandparents was German, Polish, and Russian, and only earlier generations started to call themselves Lithuanians, and this is more the rule. Lithuanians in Eastern Europe, the eastern part of Lithuania was almost non-existent. It was Polish people mostly. On the western side of Lithuania at that time was again Germans and Jewish people mostly, and Lithuanian people wasn't existent. So I would just come back to the same point what I said, made in the beginning, but all it seems Lithuanian language with all that legendary Sanskritic stuff in it, a few words dropped here and there, was prepared in monks' chambers, and after just put recently during Russian ban on Lithuanian language in 19th century, been imported and teach as local people language through book smugglers. So yeah.
Yeah, but you were mentioning that the books.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go on.
No, I said that you were mentioning the book smuggling was done by that bishop or that a Catholic priest.
Oh, it's not only one. There was many people working with it. As I said, if there was Lithuanian communist leader. Lithuanian communist leader Vincas Kapsukas, he was participating in book smuggling. Actually, he was a big fan of Lithuanian nationalists at the same time. Even he chose his pen name the same as another Lithuanian nationalist was carrying at the same time. So those relationships is just like it's very weird and doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
There's a lot,
Is there anything else?
of books. Yeah.
Is there anything else that you want to share in regards to the presentation before we wrap it up?
No, not really. If you have any questions, you can ask. Actually, that would.
Does
be...
anybody have questions? Do you mind if we close this, or do you need it up still?
Okay.
I'm fine. Actually,
yeah. Thank you.
I think this was fantastic.
Okay. Anybody else? Raphael or David or Mark, and then I'm gonna say hello to Pirate after you guys share your thoughts.
I'll just briefly close with saying that it looks like, so thank you very much for the presentation, very amazing. And yeah, it looks like more of the same. And just looking at whatever I'm seeing here, maybe you brought this up or I didn't hear it properly, but 18th to 19th of April, but all right, 19th November.
Right,
It's
you're
a
right.
bit much. But thank you very much. It's
Yeah.
great. And maybe if at one point we could even compare probably dozens of countries and we'll find very similar stories. Then we do a flamenco statistical analysis. How likely is it that all these same things occur? Maybe something along those lines. Thank you very much.
That sounds great.
It's mostly the same.
That sounds super fun.
Welcome to the panel, Pirate. 1 second, Simil, do you still need this up, or are you? Can I remove it from the screen?
Put it down. Thank you. Thank you. You can put it down.
All right. Pirate, you came late, but welcome. We're gonna probably wrap it up fairly soon, but go ahead if you wanna share some thoughts. I don't know how much you've been listening in.
Yeah, I just pretty much listened the whole show. It was really great. And yeah, the idea for Raphael is a good idea. Like, why not we all take one country and then we come and we do statistics. And if flamenco is right.
Yeah, and then let me just say, Pirate and Manifestophiles, you may want to chat because I think you can exchange on each other on language of birds, and next time maybe we can do a presentation on that, or you, or some of
you. So when I thought about how I can share today about languages and stuff, I was at the end of the day, I don't know about the origin of language. It's very complicated. I heard David Elvion going through a bit of the nature of language. What is language? What are letters, and etc. And so that's interesting too. And so when I think what I have to share, it's really about this famous language of the birds, because when we say so, the life is origin of languages, and when we think about the origin of languages, we think about the Tower of Babel and this maybe one universal language that was the source of every language, and that's in spirituality and in many religions, like the Bible said. At first, the verb was the verb, and so the verb first, and the verb then create, and words are spell because we spell the words. So so this idea of a universal language being the source of all the languages is what we can call the universal language. It is called the green language, the language of the birds. It is called also the diplomatic language. So it was the language all the country were. So when two people they don't speak the same language, they speak the diplomatic language. What does that mean? That means it's just like it's a part of the Kabbalah. When we say Kabbalah, people don't understand, but Kabal come from the Latin caballus, which means the horse. It's the horse being the vehicle, being like just like a car, and so just like we say in Spanish, it's el caballo, the horse. So the cabal comes from that. It's so we can say the language, the word, the alphabet, the letters have. When we say diplomatic, this word come from double, diplo. It's come from double. That means the
That is
diplomatic.
correct. You know what the
Yes.
other part is? The mati part?
Yeah, tell me. I
It's
don't know.
the I. So it's the double I.
Okay. Why the I?
I don't know. Look, the official translation is that it's double diploma in Greek. It means to fold something. So if you take a piece of paper and you fold it in two, diplono. That's how we call it. So we double it, but it means
Okay.
to fold a piece of paper. So that's what a diploma is supposed to be. It's a piece of paper. But
Mm.
if you to change it around and make it diplomatis for a diplomat, then it becomes a different thing. Because as diplomat, does it come from the fact that he has a diploma, or does it come from the fact that he has two eyes, maybe that he has a watchful eye or something?
So I'm gonna give you my explanation of it. So we call this green language, this language of the birds. We call it also in so the literature calls it also the diplomatic language, because that's what Russian were speaking with an English guy. They were speaking this language, and so that means it's a language that have a double sense. There's the vehicle, the horse, and then you have the bird, which is so you have a vehicle. The language is a vehicle, just like David Elvian said. You can learn a language just based on reproducing. Okay, like children learn a language, but then so you just learn, you know, the vehicle, but you
Yeah.
don't know the thing hidden inside. And so this is language of the birds, and someday I will do a presentation about it. And I hope. And so just to say what I found about languages, especially those new languages like French, English, and so it's that they have a double sense, and we have and it's very interesting because David Ewing Jr. explained that orthograph and grammar, and I have done my own experience about it, going through the old books and stuff. You can see when you read old books, old documents, that the orthograph of the words were not fixed.
Correct. I
Like,
agreed.
yeah. So at one point, in the same page, the same word can be spelled differently. So at this point, the orthograph is not fixed. But then something happened and it's fixed, and we can see it through those big names like Shakespeare's and those French author like Victor Hugo and stuff. And so they have fixed the language. So those authors that have fixed how we spell the word, they um there is a message into how they have chosen to spell the words and how the words are constructed. And so language is to speak with each other, but when you go into language of the birds, so you're gonna try to extract the other sense, the other sense scripted and coded into the letters, into the words. And so when you do that, you are initiated. So the language has two sides: one to communicate, the profane side, and then you can have the sacred side. and it's called the birds because obviously birds represent the spiritual realm, and so you get
Spiritual
through this.
freedom.
Yes, and so the language. What I found is that the people that have done languages are very knowledgeable, and they have left us. I don't know if it was a good or bad intention, but they have left us actually all that we need to know encoded in the language. So,
I think so too. Yeah.
so I can give few examples, and then maybe I'll stop there. But for example, we can say in English
But
the
before
word
you do,
yeah.
Pirate, anybody's got questions or responses to Pirate before he continues? Okay, I guess not. Go ahead.
So right now I didn't done any notes, so I'm just gonna go through what I remember. So for example, you have the word galaxy. The word galaxy is gal and axe. Gal is the root word for stone. And then you have axis, so the axe. You know the axe of something in mathematics. So we understand the word now. Gal, axis. It's the axe of the stone. I can say, wake up. And you just heard wake up, but we can say wake up, like a cup. And so it's talking about the grail. It's talking about you have to wake up to go to find your way to the cup. I don't know if everyone has this one. And so that's all the obvious. This is not the only way language of the birds works, obviously, but this is the most obvious one. Is the playing with the phonetics, and so you understand things. Another example how English has esoteric knowledge coded in it. We can say, for example, so in Arabic you have 28 letters, and they are classified just like the alphabet just like the Latin alphabet. And the 14th letter, which is half of 28, so the letter of the middle, which is classified in the middle of the Arabic alphabet, is Nun, the equivalent of N. By the way, N is also the 14th letter of the Latin alphabet. So we have this, but in the Latin alphabet, so it's obviously not in the middle because we have only 26 letters. So if you have 28 letters and Nun is in the middle, we have this N in the middle. Now, how we say in English, the middle of the day? If someone can answer for me.
Noon or midday?
Noon, yeah.
Noon. And how we say after the middle of the day?
Afternoon.
Yeah, so obviously you all get the connection here, right?
Hell yeah, we do.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so
Very clear. Very straightforward. Continue.
So that's a few examples of how in the language we have coded messages. I can do one last one. This one is in French. So in French to say strong.
What is coded in noon and afternoon? I missed that part.
So you can see here just what he's sharing right now, Nachiketa. The 14th letter is N. By the way, here you can see the sequence ABGD, which resemble really ABCD. This is the Arabic order from left to right of the letters. You can see some sequence that you can find also in the Latin alphabet. So you have ABGD, just like ABCD. You have KLMN, just like in French or in Latin. You have QRST. If people can see it, zoom on the photo and you'll see it. So it's very tight to the Latin language. And so the 14th letter is Nun, N. And so it's the middle of 28. And the middle of the day in English, we call it noon. And afternoon, after the middle of the day, after the middle of the alphabet.
Afternoon, it would be an M, so...
Yeah.
Was the word there like moon?
I don't know. I
After
just
noon, you
found out
get the moon.
So if I can do one in French, so I know Raphael can speak French, so I'm going how to say tomorrow in French, Raphael,
Demain.
and how we say two hands in French.
Demain ou comment?
Yeah, demain. So when you hear it, it's the same, right?
Yes.
Tomorrow and two hands, it's the same word. So now in your hands, when you look at it, if you take your thumb to count, you can count 12 knuckles with your thumb. Is everyone following?
Yeah.
So you have 12 in one hand and you have 12 in the other hand. That makes you 24. That's why in 24 hours, you are demain, two hands, tomorrow.
Ah, okay.
Some stuff like that. If we can, another technique, we take the word in French, strong. Strong in French. I talk about French because it's one of the first. All the rulers, the class, were speaking French at one point in Europe. So to say strong in French is fort. Is F-O-R-T. 4 letters. By the way, is very similar to the word four. That means the number 4. So you have fort. F-O-R-T. F for fire. O means water in French. Raphael can confirm. Then R in French we say air is the same as the air, the air. So we have the F for fire, the O for water, the R for the air, and the T for la terre, which means the earth, terre. So we have 4 elements that make you strong. And you see how the world were organized at one point to hide a double message.
I can give you a similar example.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I recently wrote a haiku about pistachios because they're a big thing here in Greece because they grow in Aegina. In Aegina, we have the best pistachios in the world because that for some reason the climatological conditions there are perfect for pistachios to develop the perfect flavor. So I was looking for the words. So I was going to write they ripen in the sea air, you know. So I was looking for the word ripening in Arvanitika or in Albanian in general. And the first word I found was pikien. And pikien or piek. Piek is the infinitive form, or piekur. So piek means ripening, but it also means cooking. So with one word, I basically cover every step in the process of the ripening of a pistachio, because first it ripens in the sea air, and I was also describing the salts and the air and whatever. But you also cook it in salt and stuff. So the poem has 2 meanings with one word. That just kind of works, and it was completely accidental, by the way. So yeah.
Yeah. So people have a tendency to say it's just mind games, it's just your imagination and stuff. But no, because those people that have encoded the language, they were very aware of the natural way of learning that is playing. And
true. Yeah.
Well, I want to comment on that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, so the obvious critique is, you're just talking nonsense, and that is a legitimate critique coming from a purely rational standpoint, where it is nonsense, because it means like you only will find these things if you already know about it. But like you say, if you are in a playful state of mind, you will just naturally discover them, right? And then I guess you could say this is like a smart way to encode knowledge, because you just have two populations. One you keep in rational state of mind, and the other you keep less stressed out, and they will naturally be more in
Yeah,
discovery
basi-
mode of mind, more playful. So it's like a way to segment the knowledge naturally, just by keeping the different
Script
populations
versus images.
That is
mindset
fascinating.
segmented. Yeah, right. So you keep
Wow.
right. So you know that the families and the 1%ers or whatever you want to call them, they're less stressed because they have all the resources. So they will basically learn this easily, and all the rest, they are, because they have a lot more pressure on them, they're kind of forced to be 100% in the rational mind, because they need to make ends meet and pay tons of taxes and interest. So they will never discover this shit, because they are kind of very hardcore disincentivized to ever going into the playful mindset. Because if you talk to yourself, if you daydream, if you dare to fantasize about anything, you're even socially ostracized. So that makes a lot of sense to me, actually.
yes, and
Yeah.
you just described it very well. And so it's like I make a movie, and I want to do I want to do a reference only fishermen will understand. So I'm gonna put one particular fish that have a meaning. Only fishermen will understand my reference when they see the movie, and so that's the same. They have encoded something, but accessible only for the people who are flying at the same height. And that's also a scale to it's also a scale. So you discovered it and then you learn from it.
If I can jump in, I actually was educated in semiotics at university. I know that sounds like a ridiculous thing to say, seeing as we know what university is now, but I had an unorthodox education. I was studying music, and my teachers were teaching me semiotics. They taught me aesthetics, semiotics, and rhetoric on a music degree. And semiotics is what you're talking about here, which is the study of signs and signifiers. So that's not necessarily symbols, but it can work because we were trying to learn to apply it to music, which is sound, which relates to language. So like a visual example of this would be a traffic light. So there's like knowledge that we all have. I think we'd call it a priori knowledge, which is everybody understands that the green light means go on a traffic light. So everybody gets that. I guess what you were saying before about bird language, this idea of like a common understanding among certain people. There's like a widespread knowledge of, if you're in a car and you're at a traffic light, when it goes to green, that green light is the semiotic. It's the signifier that lets you know to go. But if you weren't let's say if you weren't part of a civilized nation that has vehicles and traffic lights, if you came to that part of the world, you wouldn't get the same message from that traffic light until you started to integrate with the local culture and you understand what it means and you pick up on what that language is. It's this strange process that our mind has with, I guess it's pattern recognition in a way, but there's a sort of colloquial understanding that a lot of us have to navigate daily life, but then it's not so difficult from that perspective to see how maybe beyond that there are people who have in the same sense as the traffic light, they have certain semiotic or signifiers that they understand that we
But
don't understand.
is it like if I show you if I put a fake snake behind you and you saw it, you're just gonna like make a jump away from it, and so everyone know what a snake is and everyone know what a tree is. Is
Yeah,
that it?
it's like that. So it's something which connotes something else. So instead of denotative thinking, which is what someone was describing a moment ago, like if you said this to most people, they would be like, "Oh, that's nonsense." which is what a lot of my classmates thought when we were being taught semiotics. They thought it was nonsense. But a few of us picked up on it and started to realize this is how all of us navigate our daily life. If you drive a car, then you're engaging with semiotics because you have to look at a traffic light to receive a signal to go. But the color green doesn't always mean go. It's just in the context of a traffic light and you being at the driver's wheel of a car, the green light connotes go. So it's like it's a sign or a signifier that sets off a series of connotations in your mind that leads to a desired outcome. So this can be, it's a tool basically. It's not a good or a bad thing. It's just it's how we process and how we get through, establish routines to get through life. So I think relating back to the idea of language, because I've just illustrated with a visual way, we were being taught how to apply this to music, to analyze pop music, because music is recorded now and it's made for record, as opposed to classical music, which of course wasn't made to be recorded in the sense of like audio recordings. So sometimes you can get, like, Pink Floyd would be a good example. They put in the song Money, they have the cash register playing not playing, but like making a sound that creates a rhythm at the beginning, and of course that relates to the title of the song. So it's a semiotic or a signifier for money. So it's like simple little things like that are really obvious ones in sound, but you can see how that could expand out to language, like you were saying before about noon and afternoon, and these different ideas that people just use in daily life and don't think too much about. And then when you start to cross-reference into different languages, you start to see these little connections. Is my audio no good? I just saw the side chat.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Oh, okay.
At least from my side. Go ahead.
So I think you get these.
Ira, did you want to say something?
No, it's okay.
Can you still hear me? Yeah.
We all hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I think the visual signifiers are really obvious to us because we receive most of our information through our eyes, but we don't think too much about the audible signifiers, and I think that when you consider music, I think it's the only thing that bypasses the limbic system, and music often accompanies movies and TV shows, and it's used in the background of anything visual on a screen.
If I can just say,
yeah,
that's why, for example, in many sects groups, you'll find that the guru of the sects forbids.
Well, I think I'm thinking about wrapping it up, so I'm gonna go around and get final thoughts from everybody, and I really appreciate everybody being here. It was a little bit of a larger panel than I'm normally comfortable with. Usually 3 or 4 people is good, but I think today is a good day just to introduce everybody to each other, and then I think this idea about, like, doing our own individual research in our respective regions or countries that we may be from, and kind of exposing the lines that are there could be interesting. And this language of the birds, or the green language, is something that I'm not wholly familiar with, so I would like to definitely learn more about that as well. So but yeah, any thoughts from we can just go around and ask Samuel, any thoughts coming from you, and then we'll just go around.
Yeah, thank you first for inviting. I'm sorry I wasn't exactly on a topic and too excited.
You're not audible.
Probably
I can't
first
hear you.
time on a panel. First time on a public panel. I'm not content creator, so yeah, too excited. Anyways, so it was nice to hear everybody. I see them people on Telegram group. It's nice to talk. It's actually pretty effective Telegram group. I know our conspiracy groups and people are not talking as much. This is pretty nice. How to say, group of people, and it was nice to hear about the Greek and Albanian history, of course, about Welsh, Irish. Uh, I will listen what Pirate told, but it's definitely worth second look. And yes, thank you for inviting me. It was very useful, worth second listen.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, thanks for the awesome panel. Great topics, and I'm looking forward to Pirate you doing something on the language of birds. Very interested in going more to the roots of the language there, and yeah, just thanks for the conversation today. I think we made some good headway into this super difficult topic that encompasses so much, like history, language, psychology, all these things you can't really pin down, are they true or not. So I think it ended up a very broad and very entertaining and educational panel. So thank you, and that's it for me.
Raphael.
I'd just like to thank everyone for joining the panel, everyone in chat, of course, you, Nat, for putting it together. And yeah, as I always say, just to reiterate, everyone, lay your cards on the table, your stories, whatever you have heard, ask your grandparents or whatever you find, so we can pull together all the pieces and then maybe delineate something of, what is real, what is true, what is useful. Also, I'm curious about the language of the birds and, of course, both this historical research and also maybe seeing what can we learn from it, even up to the point of what was mentioned today, which I enjoy most because I love systems theory. This whole idea of where's the white brotherhood? It was almost a trap question because, of course, the best organization is no organization, or synchronicity for those who believe in it. But, well, we've come so far, so thanks, everyone, and let's continue.
Mephistopheles.
Sorry. Okay.
Alexander.
I couldn't find the button there for a second. So thanks for having me, guys. I had a lot of fun. This actually for a big panel like this, I think we did pretty well. So kudos to everyone. So yeah, I'm also looking forward to talking more about the language of the birds. So I have my own ideas. So if there is a talk, I would definitely like to participate. But I can definitely agree with most of what Pirate said. And actually, I have to say I'm very impressed with the research and the knowledge you guys have all come up with. So this has been very educational. So thanks again, guys.
Thank you, Mark.
I'll reiterate what everyone else said and saying thank you for having me here and for contributing a lot of really cool ideas. It's nice getting to speak these kinds of ideas with people because I'm sure, as you all know, out in the real world, we can't really do this without getting sectioned. And also the live chat, people listen live. People in the live chat have been quite respectful. I've not been in a live chat for about an hour because my phone died, and that's what I was looking on. But up until that point, everyone had been quite respectful, which was really cool as well. And I think for me personally, moving forward, an interesting idea could be something that Alexander was saying earlier about he's being creative moving forward and creating his own language to write poetry and these kinds of ideas because I write fiction, so sometimes I use different languages in fiction, including Irish and Spanish and whatnot, and different languages I've been teaching myself. And I also sometimes make up my own words and terms and little bits and pieces of language that I'm just making up for the sake of it, being able to express certain ideas that maybe aren't available in English. I think that could be it could be an interesting way of moving forwards, as well as what we're doing here, sifting through the past and trying to find what got lost in the mix. That could be a way of pulling it forward, is putting it into the things that we create as we go. That could be another interesting way for even the people in the live chat listening in. Could be an interesting way forward, is instead of seeing it as a being disparaged by what's happened perhaps in the past, maybe seeing it as a mystery where we can explore. Like, there's a little bit of freedom in exploration if you're inquisitive enough and creative enough and use imagination. Then there could be on an individual basis, that could be a really good way to progress forwards. So thanks again. Thanks, Nachiketa, for hosting this.
Thank you, Mark. Pirate.
So to everyone who is interested to language of the birds, so the term green language was invented by a French guy whose name is François Villon, if anyone wants to do his research. And the language of the bird was really well explained in really a lot of details. But it's okay to read it in English, but the author, which is French, has encoded a lot of things in French actually, but you can still read it just the literal sense and understand a lot of things. It's Fulcanelli, so a lot of people know this famous author, so you can do your own research about it. And to everyone who is interested, you can type language of the bird in French on YouTube, and you just put the subtitle. I'm sure the robot will traduce very well from French to English, and you could read the subtitle and follow. There's, countless shows, content about it in French. So I advise everyone to go do his own research from there. And I'm really grateful to people who, when people put what they know on the table and prepare something and come with it to share with everyone, I'm really grateful for that. And I really wait for doing like everyone take one country and we share, and that's actually how we can really be sure about patterns in history, and that would be really interesting. So yes, that's it.
Okay, well, thank you again, everybody, for being here, and everybody who participated in the chat over at Raphael's channel and my channel as well. And definitely a good starting point. A little bit disorganized, and that's my apology. I didn't really have anything particularly planned other than just talk about languages. But I think what could be interesting in the future, I guess, from my perspective, is that you have the timeline. We have the timeline that is already given to us by the academia, so that is already cut and clear. But then we're going to try to want to like refute that timeline with the introduction of languages, and we can speculate about how these languages were created and implemented. Again, different strategies that are involved, and again, we can probably come to a conclusion about why they wanted to do all this. And if people watch that video by that Novsitsky, he basically says at the very end that once the empire broke apart, it was a good pretext for everybody to have their own identity. And now we have 200 some countries now, and instead of one country. And then all these broken pieces are vibing for some competition and trying to dominate each other. And various wars, et cetera, et cetera. But I think what really the big picture for me is trying to unravel the manipulation and the deception that's been going on for a very long time. We're very tired of the lies, and we ourselves are really the fragments of the ancestors that we actually owe homage to, in a way, the way I look at it. And whether you are from this region or that region, and what I aspire to do is to show everybody, hey, we are all human beings. Yes, we speak different languages. Yes, we are coming from different regions, and we have different customs. We have different tastes in things, but we are interested in wanting to build bridges. We are interested in, not in a pontifical way, but like in actual, relationship way, in terms of being a genuine human being. And what we are interested in is like showing the whole world and the rest of humanity, wake the fuck up. You've been lied to. We've all been lied to, and this is if we need to unravel that puzzle ourselves. Only way to do that is to do research and show evidence, and then hopefully other people will get on board. And if enough people get on board, well, we did some good work for humanity, as far as I'm concerned. It's kind of for posterity, for the future generations. So with that, thank you very much again. And any final thoughts before I end it?
Real good, I think. This was amazing.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, great. Thank you very much again. And I will finish with the song. And take care, everybody.
See you around, everyone.